Good morning. I guess it's actually good afternoon. Bill Riles, Tar Mendocino, Ace Point Backgammon, broadcasting from Mochi and Ralph's tour 2025 from Los Angeles. So it's going to be kind of a fun 3 days here. We're going to have streaming of various types of uh, what is would be known as money games. As many of you know, there's two ways that let me take these glasses off, won't get quite as much glare. There's, most of you are familiar with match play tournaments that are typically streamed by us and others. And you know, that's what you see. But there, another way to play is what's colloquially referred to as money games, which is it's not match play. You're playing heads up or a variation thereof for you know points, stakes, whatever two people agree to do. But it's a different circumstance altogether, and so that's what we're going to see over these next couple of days, and we think it's going to be interesting. Today, we're going to stream the Mochi Million, which is I think this was kind of come up with between Mochi and Ralph Burd. And ideally, it's a combination of backgammon and poker, I guess. There are going to be 8 rounds played. Each round is match play. There'll be random pairings each round. They have 30 minutes. It's 5 games or 30 minutes. At 30 minutes, it'll be announced that 30 minutes has expired, not to start another game. So each beginning for their entry fee, each player gets 8 chips, like poker chips. So let's say Mochi's, there's the draw, Mochi and Ralph Burd, I guess, playing in the first round. They're playing just heads up backgammon against each other, normal rules. And after those 5 games or the 30 minutes, whomever, let's say Mochi's up 3 points, he gets 3 of Ralph's chips. So going into the second round, Mochi would have 8 plus 3 chips, 11 chips, and Ralph would have 8 minus 3, 5 chips, and they proceed onward into the next round in different pairings. So it should be, and if at some point, let's say in the next round, Mochi has his 11 chips and someone else has 4 chips, then they play 30 minutes, 5 games. And the most that Mochi, as an example, could win or lose is the 4 chips that the other player has. And conversely, the other player could only win as many as 4 chips because that's what he has. So, and you proceed, and there is a rebuy type feature. If somebody flushes out through the first 4 rounds, they can re-enter and get a new stack of chips of 8 chips and play on. Now they're playing. It's kind of like, and I'm not a poker player, but it's kind of like in the blinds of sense is where the cube starts at various positions. So in the first 2 of 8 rounds, the cube will start on 1. The second 2 rounds, rounds 3 and 4, the cubes will start on 2. Rounds 5, 6, 7, and 8, the cube starts on 4, 8, 16, and 32. So ultimately, after the 8 rounds, and again, these are 30-minute rounds, there'll be 10 or 15-minute break between each round. So it's going to be about a 5 hour, 5.5 hour event here, and based on the number of chips at the end. And some people will have flushed out, of course. But at the end of the thing, the prize pool, if we want to call it that, will be distributed based on the number of chips um, any player with chips remaining has. So it's kind of a fun thing. It's again, it's totally unlike match play because in match play, of course, and that's what we see typically streamed from tournaments in match play. Uh, many of the decisions that are made with the cube and or checker play for that matter is based on the match equities of the score. So if I'm leading someone 8-1 in a 9-point match, 8-1 post Crawford, even in a 9-point match, I'm going to play fairly conservatively and just try to, get over the finish line first. My opponent, if he only has one in his post Crawford, then of course he likely is going to be doubling every time on the first opportunity, and he's going to be trying to play as aggressively as he can to make up that differential. In heads up play, that doesn't come into play. It's you're playing game by game, and here we're playing with the Jacoby rule, so the you can't collect a gammon or backgammon unless the cube has been turned. So it's going to be interesting. I've never played this Mochi Million variation, so I'll be learning it and enjoying it as y'all are. Typically, well, thank you, Tedster. The Now tomorrow we're going to be streaming some chouette play and some variations play, things like Pasco Gammon and and there's like 8 variations of Pasco Gammon. But streaming chouette play, live streaming chouette is going to be perhaps a first, as well as this Mochi Million as being a first. But chouettes, that's if you're not familiar with it, it's a manner of group play where multiple people can play backgammon. Now it's often played for stakes of whatever sort. Um, it enables it's a great social event too because 4 or 5 or 6 or more players can play in a given game, and it's interesting to see, and we'll go through some of the rules of the Chouette uh, tomorrow. And then on Tuesday, all of the participants in these various tour events are going to have a standard common knockout type uh, tournament event. So got some big names here. Going to be good. And it's going to be interesting. There's some big name players here. Mochi, Watell, Fipps, David Wells, MCG, and so it's pretty interesting. They're in the Matt brought his dog, and I wonder if that's a service dog or whatever. But what is that? A lab or a retriever or something? I don't know. Good sized dog. But there in the camera, we can see Bob Wachtell sitting on the left, Bill Fipps standing. Jim Pasco, who is a legend of variation games, particularly. Phil is kind of the tournament director, front door man. He's sitting there at the desk accepting registrations. Several others have walked away. Ralph Bird's in the room. There's Mochi back over by that column. MCG, just a legend. So it's going to be good. Yeah, Jorgen, hello, and Big John, the Great Pyrenees. I'm not sure. There's Ralph Burd, one of the sponsors of this. He's from Australia. He and Mochi are traveling the world here, so this will be fun. Hannah's dad. There you go. Good to see you. You know, how did your name, or it was Hannah's name, came up today? Oh, I forget. Simborg was commenting to Jim Pasco about didn't have a chance in this particular game or something, and I related the anecdotal story of first time the DeRosiers were in San Antonio a couple of years ago, and Hannah at that time was 10, and she played a little 1 point match with Jesper Carlson. And it ends up she beat him, and you know, at one point all contact had broken. He was tremendously behind in the race, and he just goes, you know, well, I concede. You know, congratulations. I don't have a chance from here. And as you know, Hannah was 10 at the time, and with the innocence and non-maliciousness and confidence of a 10-year-old, she just looks at, you know, Jesper says, you know, I don't have a chance from here. And she goes, well, you never had a chance from the beginning. And he just roared. And it was a great moment in my backgammon history. Tedster, a number of backgammon players do play chess as well, and a lot of bridge players too, particularly more so bridge perhaps than chess. But anyway, we're streaming on Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel today, and we very much appreciate their allowing the use of their YouTube channel with that huge subscriber list. And we're going to be rotating a little bit between a P40 tournament sponsored board and a Galaxy Monte Carlo board. So you'll get to see both during the course of the day and the 3 days. So this is going to be kind of fun. And again, it's you know, it introduces, it's not match play, so this is going to be something that people aren't used to being seen on a stream. It's heads up play, and you're also going to, you know, there's a number of extremely strong players. There's some players who are certainly competent players, but aren't in the elite category that you know, that you might picture Bill Fipps or an MCG or Mochi or whom else Bob Watell. So it'll be interesting. It's going to be fun. Um, you know, and I think it's exciting in that you know, we stream something other than tournament matches and match play for, you know, for a change. And viewers get the opportunity to see these different types of events and different style of play associated with these events. I know it was funny. I was watching a bit earlier this afternoon. Phil and who was he playing? Pasco, Jim Pasco, I guess. They were playing a version of a variation, I guess we would say, called Future Gammon. And that was amazing to watch. There, you can, like, I roll my dice and I have a 5-4 to play in a certain position. Then I get to see my opponent's next roll before I play. And then conversely, once I ultimately make my play, then my opponent's going to play his 5-4, but I get to roll, and he gets to see my roll. So it's you're always seeing your opponent's next roll, and you can actually apparently cube based on that. So it's kind of fun. Some of these things, Pasco Gammon, the basic Pasco Gammon is a prop style game. You're starting; it's in effect a back game type position. But these various prop positions and variation games, some people they're fun to some, but they also force you to look at many types of positions and styles of play and what have you that are prominent in the variations, but perhaps not necessarily so common in match play. But, by playing these variations and studying those sorts of things, you, perhaps you refine your match play game as well. So it's kind of interesting. So, yeah, Mason, there's a number of variations, and they're often played as, or were developed played as props. So anyway, Steve Hammond there on the right from Dallas wearing the Primo board T-shirt. He's a investor in Primo currently, and Matt Kongire with the dog, Jim Pasco standing in the middle, Bill Fipps, the tall gentleman to the left, Bob Watell, the not tall gentleman to the left. So Hector, how are you, sir? So this will be interesting. Now I'm waiting to see. She had Mochi and Ralph Bird's name written down there, but it looks as though it may be Mochi and Bill Phipps. I don't know. We'll they're in the room next door to me, so I don't know. It is going to be Bill Phipps and Mochi. Round one, game one. They each start with 5 chips. And again, this is one of the P40 tournament boards that has been donated to the Ralph and Mochi Tour.
Who got the buy?
Yeah, we can start now.
So now the cube will begin on effectively 1 in the first game, which is.
Did you set the board up?
And since there's not a 1, it's shown at 64. So I do not play chess, Mason.
I don't know whose board this is.
You can use it.
Okay.
It's okay to use it.
This each Edward called Mochi Million. 8 rounds, 5 games per round, or 30 minutes. You can't start another game after 30 minutes. And first 2 rounds will be played with a cube beginning on 1. Third and fourth rounds, cubes on 2. After that, rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, the cube starts at 4, 8, 16, and 32. So, yeah, that I think says number 1, I think, is what Mochi told me earlier, that the symbols on the headband, and of course that's a Japanese flag, the red circle on the white background. But no, there's no clock. It's 5 games in 30 minutes. The points won or lost will equate to the chips that you have. And again, these guys can play as quickly or slowly as they wish. Now, Bill Phipps is you might have seen him. He just recently retired, so he's starting to play quite a bit more. He played in Chicago. Y'all might have seen seen him play. I think he finished third, fourth, or something like that. Did extremely well. Was streamed a number of times and is a just superb elite class player. So quite a good pairing of Mochi against Bill Fipps. Fipps is was born in New York City. And he's recently retired, but I think it was in the trading industry, and it's quite the I think he had a successful professional career. A number of American players seemingly have been in the trading business. So, kind of a straightforward opening here now. 4-3 for Bill. And he has 2 threes to choose between. And we're using these. Okay, so he's going to play this way, which lets him play with the one blot. The other way, he couldn't have played with one blot. 3, he can run. See if he can escape. He gets hit. Truthfully, they each start with 8 chips. So a chip is 1/8 of the entry, and I don't know exactly what the entry was. 500. So, and again, if you bust out in the first 4 rounds, you can rebuy a new set of 8 chips and continue play. Yeah, in the description, thank you, Rob, for reminding me there. In the description below the video stream here, there is a explanation of the rules of the game. There are links to what will be the standings and other things. So they are playing. Yeah, Jacoby rule is in play. Dice on checker is valid. Legal moves. So we shall see. This is fun. This, so again, we have to, keep in mind it's a different game, a different perspective than the normal match play you might be used to, because it's, each game in effect is a standalone. It's not influenced necessarily by the equity of a given match score. So here, Mochi is counting, obviously. Side is not there. 6-5. That's brutal now. 1-2. Now he's probably going to cash this because, again, remember, in heads-up play, a Jacoby rule stands, and you cannot collect on a gammon or a backgammon unless the cube has been turned. So it would have served Mochi no benefit to play on in that type of position as he might have in a match play situation. Here he cannot collect unless the cube has been turned. So as you saw, Bill Fipps lost a point, 1 chip, and his 8 chips have become 7 on the top left there, and Mochi's 8 chips have become 9, and they play on 4-1. Again, it's funny because I rarely play anything other than match play, so I'm having to alter my way of thinking here as well. So it's and And I started to say, or I did say, I didn't elaborate, but these new player cams, profile cams that we are using, they're high end, um,
30 minutes.
professional cameras, and they're really good because you can really get a feel for the, I don't know, persona of the players, their reactions, their facial expressions, their intensity. Um, we used them throughout the entirety of the Chicago event a couple of weeks ago, and they were extremely popular. And there's a one spot there in the top left of the outfield here where even with our magic non-glare dice, we're getting some glare on them. So I think there's a spotlight type uh, fixture immediately over that area. So hopefully that won't cause us too much of a problem here. 5-4, he's in, and does he hit? Probably so.
Poor choice.
He's got his choice of hits. He can hit on this 16 or he can hit on this 10. I kind of like the 10 personally to put that builder in play to the 4 point. Um, so that's his options here. But it's also, if he hits on the 15, 16, then we're Mochi to dance. Fipps has got innumerable rolls that there's the dance, and now he's going to have to cash this again because the Jacoby rule. Okay, Mochi says nope. He gets that. So we're back to effectively it's 0-0, right? Mochi won in effect 1 point or one chip in the first game, and Bill Fipps got it back in the second game. So now it is interesting because again, many people, I think, me included, play almost exclusively match play sort of situations. You're playing to 7 points or 9 points or 11 points or what have you. A number of players, and certainly some of the elite players, as Bill Fipps and Mochi both are, they have, they play both ways all the time. So they have to, develop the expertise associated with each type of game of backgammon that they're playing. And again, the two basic uh, classifications would be match play, as you see in tournaments, and heads up, or what's most commonly referred to as money play. Okay, so again, Mochi has to send the cube because of the Jacoby rule to perhaps, capitalize on a gammon. Fipps takes it, so now we're playing for 2 points, 2 chips. This is the third game of potentially 5. 5, 6. Yeah.
Oh my God! Back-to-back fours.
Hearing some. I'm in the adjoining room. There's an air wall between us with an opening at the far end, and I'm trying to keep low enough that they can't hear me. And of course, there's a fair amount of ambient noise in the other room, but I can hear some occasional exclamations coming from any of the matches in the other side there. Okay. Well, she play safely. 6s, that's a dance. 4-1. Let's see, this is a case where, Bill Fipps has taken the 2 cube, so Mochi can win and collect a gammon or a backgammon here. And by the same token,
Tell me later.
Bill Phipps can collect a gammon or a backgammon since the 2 cube has been played. He doesn't have to play it on his own behalf anyway to actuate the gammons and backgammons. Okay. And here again, since the cube's been turned and gammons and backgammons are activated, then of course, as in regular tournament style backgammon match play, here Mochi, when he doesn't have access to the cube, but he's going to, play on and try to gammon Bill here and collect 4 points, four chips. Again, my understanding is this variation or format was developed by Ralph Burd and Mochi to try to, in certain regards, incorporate some of the aspects of poker and backgammon within a competitive situation, and thus the name Mochi Millions. Ian Terry knows Bill Phipps well and played him at least once in the Chicago Swiss format 2 weeks ago. Might have played him twice, but Phipps is extremely strong player. And for those of you who are not familiar with him, I think as he's now retired and starting to play more, you will become more familiar with him. Okay, so now Bill is in an enviable position we all find ourselves in on occasion. He's got to doesn't want to burn an inordinate number of pips yet and he's not really in any particular gammon danger, but at some point, he's going to have to choose to leave dodge, as it were. There's a shot right out of the gate. Now, wow, this isn't Mochi's going to hit it. Try to get with it this way. There's the 4 and 3. Wow. So now Mochi has a checker off, so Bill's going to, well, I started to say cash this. He may cash this anyway. With Mochi only has 2 off. Bill can hit a second checker. Bill can just do all kinds of things, attacking the 2-point, perhaps hitting it loose, pointing on it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a recube here and probably a drop. But you can see Mochi has this like looking at an unappetizing dish here. He's like, oh man, maybe I could. I don't want to eat this. Maybe I'll order something else on the menu on the next game. But and that was an interesting, and certainly I think it was a take by Bill Phipps. He had 1 in the air and 1 on the board with having, been a victim of a double 5 early on by Mochi, and Mochi sent it, and Mochi has to let it go. So now Bill Phipps has 10 chips, Mochi 6. They've played 3 games, so 2 more games in this round. Nice set of 4s. So again, this is, and it's interesting. It's unlike match play, but at some point, and this is true of heads up money type play. It's true here, which is a variation of that. When does when does Mochi adjust, or does he adjust to become more aggressive or whatever? Mochi told me this morning, I asked him that, and I think it means number one, Pete, was my understanding. The number one or whatever. And he has another one that sometimes he gets his opponents to wear, and then I forget exactly what it says. But, not, it doesn't say number one, obviously. Okay, so standard kind of standoff game here. Bill has the 18 point. Mochi has the midpoint. Bill has a 4-point board. Mochi doesn't. So let's see what happens here. Now Bill's going to. What does he do? I think maybe he takes 2 off the mid. He's going to use the 18 as an anchor, as Mochi has to try to clear the 10 and the 13. That would be my inclination. Yeah, so now he's going to work on making that 4-point. And Mochi, I'm sorry, I keep interchanging those at times. Your mouth just naturally works in that fashion, I guess. Okay, so he wants to make the 4-point. Okay, Mochi has no choice but to play that now. 4-2. Now we have kind of again, it's a timing standoff type game. Okay, I assume Mochi's going to make the deuce, maybe go to the ace to save a 6. Okay, he plays that. Bill, 2-4, he can make that. Does he save the 6 or does he break his board? Mochi has the potential of leaving a blot on the next roll or breaking his board if he rolls a 4 or 5, possibly. Okay, so Bill's going to hope for the shot here. 6-1 is a blotting number now. Deuces, so he moves out. 3-1. Okay. So now both of them are in, well, no longer. I was going to say both of them. It's kind of a who blinks first, but blinking is over. Now Bill is, what is that? 52-60 against 40-50, 68. Is that right? Okay, so it's close enough. That's deemed by Mochi. Now, in part, I think in raw count it probably was close enough. It's right on the cusp, but and again, this is where, and I'm not as familiar with it, but he's down a couple of chips here in this contest. This is the 4th game, and now he's without a performance by Bill. He's going to get to return the favor that Bill did to him last game. So is this a recube? 6-10 checkers over there, 9, no, 8, 11. It's not. I don't think. No. Got to roll, but he's in pretty good shape. 6-1. Bill doesn't want any small numbers. Gets 1. Goes 5, 8 checkers, 10 checkers. Bill has some misses in his future. Mochi might have misses in his futures, but he's going to roll on. 5-3. Bill again wanting no small numbers, and that'll work. Go to the deuce. So he's 6 checkers over there. Mochi's got. Oh, look at this. This is interesting. Bill, if he rolls it, doesn't get two off. That's the bit of the worst way of not getting two off. Now, what's the odds? I know the odds. Fipps rolls a two or a three in the next roll, which is over 50%. Um, Mochi's almost assured getting off in three. So I'm sending this personally. Now we can see in the, yeah, that's a send. Fipps takes it. That's, that's an interesting one. 6-5. Now Bill cannot roll a two or a three, or he's going to have a set at some point. There's the two. So he's looking at fours are better. Threes are better, I'm sorry. No. Okay, so he gives 4 chips to Mochi. So he's up to 10, and Bill has 6, and this is the 5th game of this, the last game of this first round. So now Bill has six chips, and Mochi has 10. Tar will be changing the numbers up by their names and the chips there. There they go. So that is a current number. 6-2. Now, what'll really nice set of sixes. Now, how do you play those? The one was obvious, I think. Now, 2 down into the 5, probably the best resultant structure. I mean, he's got the option of hitting loose on the deuce as well. And we can see in the background beyond Bill Fipps, there's Phil Simborg standing up. Phil Simborg is playing Bob Watell in the first round. And behind Mochi, we see Steve Hammond is playing Ralph Burd in the first round. Now, another thing just to note, when we're streaming Chouettes tomorrow, that'll be on the Ace Point Backgammon channel tomorrow. And there we're going to have probably very little commentary. We're going to try to just leave the board mics open and encourage the players to, typically there's a lot of banter anyway. And also perhaps, this will be a consulting after a cube's turn. So, well, that's the difference, Jeff. This is the last game, but whatever chips you have, you carry over into the next round. So it's not as if each game is a standalone, or each round is standalone in any fashion. Okay, so there you can see Mochi laughing, and this might be the sort of situation where, he's he's in effect 2 points up in this round, which gives him a 10-6 advantage, but he takes it. Yes, Jeff, it's just about chips. And anywhere, if someone, and for everyone's information, if you go to the description below the YouTube stream here, there's some information on Mochi Millions and the rules and the format and what have you. But if you, anytime before the end of or through the 4th round, I guess, if someone goes bust, in effect, then they can rebuy a new set of chips to continue playing. And I haven't really sat and thought about it, but Phil was explaining earlier that it's almost a given that you always rebuy in this situation. You can never. It's in effect like going in. You can never win or lose more chips than the trailer has. So no. Well, you could turn it. the cube to 8, but you could only win 6. So it's kind of like a analogous to a poker all-in situation. You could get send it to 8, and maybe the guy passes and gives you the 4 points, or if he plays on, you're only playing for 6.
Okay.
Isn't the strategy somewhat different
Okay,
with chips? Not at the moment. Shouldn't be any different? When you get to that. Okay. So this is a big take, huh?
and it's interesting. Okay, Sebastian, that's again, I'm not a poker player, so some of y'all can help me sometimes on some terminology. But it's kind of, we've noticed, and of course, Bill Fipps and Mochi are friends and have great respect for each other's games, and probably even in a tournament format, there may be a bit of discussion and so forth, but certainly, perhaps more so here, it's kind of it's a I mean, they're playing for stakes and what have you, but it's a little bit more of a fun social type circumstance than it is typically in a match play tournament situation. There's Dimitri in the house. What's up, Dimitri? This is round one, the fifth game of this round one. So this will be the last game in this round, and all of them. They announce when 30 minutes are expired, you can't start a game after 30 minutes has expired, and you don't play more than 5 games. So soon hereafter, um, a very short break, probably 15 minutes or so at most, we'll have the second round beginning. And again, you carry over whatever chips you have, and a new set of random pairings, and we play on. Again, the second round will begin with 1 cubes. Rounds 3 and 4 will begin with 2 cubes. Rounds 5 through 8 begin with 4, 8, 16, and 32 cubes. So it's and again, it's interesting, and I don't know if all of these guys played Mochi Million before, but I kind of have the feel that it is helpful if you have in developing some of the strategies and appreciation of the format. Okay.
Yes! Serious! That's unbelievable!
We were a little bit concerned about me being in the an adjoining room, which is only separated by an air wall, and with an opening at one end of the air wall so people can walk from side to side. But so I'm trying to use my best Jim Nance golf voice here in commentating. But I can assure you, they're disturbing more than I'm disturbing them because there's a lot of exclamations and you know loudness on the other side. So that's kind of interesting. I think yeah, Hammond and Ralph Burd are just finishing behind Mochi there, and that was where some of that exclamations and comments were coming from. So this is it's kind of interesting. I'm learning a lot, and okay, now this is interesting. Now, what does Mochi do here? Obviously, I suspect he's gonna yeah make the 20 21, but then he's gonna get and he doesn't have much choice. He's gonna get his 2 blots. Well, he can safety it this way. He's gonna say he's just Phipps is full speed ahead in the attack mode with this play, and Gammon's in play. Double twos. That's nice. What's he gonna? He's gonna hit that. Probably hit on the deuce. Oh, you don't hit on the deuce. Block. So you do that. I guess so. To do that. Okay, so he's gonna do that. Let's see. Okay, Mochi gets the second anchor.
Ralph, are you buying back? Tell you after I beat something. Okay, you don't have to decide till after the round's done.
And y'all be sure to hit that like button there today and throughout the 3 days of this Mochi and Ralph tour. And, it helps with the backgammon algorithm on search engines and so forth, and benefits the game, the players, backgammon galaxy in this circumstance. And
no matter what you meant by it, I'll take it as a compliment.
hey, there's that one, like the
Whatever you're playing, finish up.
Mochi's 18 point. There's that one pip up there that there's a spotlight right above it, and we're getting glare off our traditionally non-glare checkers.
So it can't be confused with the fake. So that's Louis Vuitton material.
Again, you can see the facial expressions and the concentration and focus of Mochi with these profile player cams. Okay, now Mochi is getting into the real gammon danger zone here. Got a lot of checkers in his outfield and 3 back. Now, this will be going to slide the 5 step up. Gives him a double shot off of 6s, double 5s. Dare he? You either take another off or play 6-1. I would think he'll play 6-1, but Mochi's got a 3.5 point board and a tremendous amount of ammunition ready to make that 5 point. So let's. Oh, was that? I thought I counted. I miscounted then. I thought he had one left. 4-1. Oh, another set of 5s, which is good and bad. He doesn't get any checkers off, but it precludes the likelihood of leaving a shot at some point. Mochi's got a lot of work to do. Here's one else. So he's got 11 checkers here. Mochi has 6, 10, 11, 12, 13 crossovers. So he's really in danger. Now he's in serious danger of getting gammon. Okay, double 5s. You got to just most efficiently take your crossovers. Those 2 were obvious. That one's obvious. Now, do you go across to the... Got to take the crossover, I think. He's in a bad way. He's going to have a set of 6s in here. Ooh, 6-4. Got to have a set of 6s. Boom, 6-5. Okay, how do you play this? Now, what's that? 4s. 4s and 5s. Oh, man. Okay, so
What's the result?
Mochi tosses in his 4.
Okay, so we got 10.
So now the numbers have reversed. Fipps has 10. Mochi has 6, and we'll be beginning round 2 shortly. Now, somewhere in the description, there is a link to a spreadsheet, Mochi Millions spreadsheet. Now, I'm not sure how that's it is being updated as we go here. So, okay, so if you go to the Mochi Millions spreadsheet, Okay. Wow, how did they do that? There, I'm totally confused here, folks. Current chips. This current chips number has got me. Starting chips, I'm totally confused. So we shall see. I'm gonna have to. We're all. I'm learning with y'all here. Okay, I'm gonna step over here real quick and try to learn something so that I can then share it with y'all with regard to this current chips thing. So hang on one second.
Be on camera? There's no
Not
camera.
she'll switch it on.
All right.
Okay, I'm joined here with Phil Simborg. And if we look at the table here, Phil,
Uh-huh.
you know, how do the current chips how'd that number get so big?
Okay.
They each start with 8.
You start with 8. Steve Hammond played Ralph Burd and won all of his 8 chips, so he got 16. He got 8 that he won from Ralph, and the 8 he started with.
But it says 24.
Oh, that's a mistake.
That's what I was confused.
Yeah, Steve Hammond has 16 chips. And this is all wrong. Phil has only, I lost 2 chips, so I have only 6 chips. I don't know where that table came from.
Okay. Well, who is Mochi updating that table, Tara, or Hussein, or okay? But I'm thinking like you are.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
lost 2 chips when I played Watell, so he's now got 10 chips, and I have 6.
Right. And you said Hammond took all of
Bird.
Bird. Now maybe Bird bought back in. So maybe
No, he
he's
hasn't
got-
bought back
he
yet.
hasn't
He's
bought
out.
back in.
Bird's 0.
Okay, so he's 0 and Hammond 16. It
Right.
should be.
That's exactly
Okay,
right.
so somebody,
I don't know who's updating this.
I guess Hussein is perhaps. I don't know. But anyway, that's where I was confused.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Well,
There
somebody,
can only be a total of 9 times 8 is 72 chips.
Correct.
Total.
so, and like over here, it's not set up right because actually Fipps ended up with 10 and Mochi ended up with 6.
That's correct.
So
Fipps ended up winning 2 from Mochi.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Now they're doing
so
the next draw.
now they're doing the next draw, and we'll. I'm sure that whomever Hussein or whoever's
You
doing
have
this
Mochi.
will update
Mochi
this.
can tell us how that's coming about.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Good luck.
Eat it. Group I played.
well, why don't you just go ahead and just go on break. We will be on break and we'll be right back.
Oh my god.
How am I gonna recover?
Depending on who you're playing, it's good this time. There you go.
Would y'all mind playing on the other board?
Okay, I'm back.
So what's is your
And
strategy
apparently,
to rebuy
glancing
or
at the,
to,
the table has been
Thought about it. I just,
correctly
Bill,
updated.
that's the Miami thing.
Again, you can go to the description under the stream here, and it has a link to the
chips sort of in view. That
to
way
the
it
table.
makes it really
This
easy
is
for
round
you to
2.
get
Cube
that
starts
correct
on 1.
on the stream.
Bob Watell,
Okay, that's what I think. You come
they look like snowflakes.
Yeah.
top playing red checkers. Matt Kongire, bottom on the right. Camera playing blue checkers.
Yeah.
And here we go.
I feel like it's a good idea to revise. I never played one.
Well, I think it depends.
Okay, first game of
The rebuy
5.
price was half of the original. Mochi corrected it and told him it was 400.
Hey, you got me, Mochi.
Okay, I'll try to remember. Okay. Okay, watch. Ralph said once he gets a bite, he's going to come in here and count. So, well, it'll be a few minutes. But yeah. Okay, so anyway, again, I mean, this is a dynamite pairing. It doesn't get much better than Bob Watell and Matt Kongire. Let me switch back to my chat line here. Okay. Okay. Now, I like Dimitri talking about Matt Kongire's doubles partner. But, okay, so again, round 2, cube starts on 1, 5 games or 30 minutes. Now, as you can see, Bob Watell has 10 chips. Matt Kongire has 5. And again, keep in mind, folks, we've got Jacoby rule is in play, so you cannot activate a gammon or backgammon collection unless the cube's been in play. These are down checkers valid. Legal moves is in force. 5-1. Okay. Now, Watell has made significant progress in the pip count race. He's counting and contemplating, is this something he wants to double? Now, again, remember, it's a totally different breed of cat here. You're not playing match play. You're playing heads up with the chips. So match equities don't come into play necessarily. But as in all heads up play, money games, if you will, which is a colloquial term, you can't win a gammon or a backgammon unless the cube's been in play. So Bob knows this. Counting the race, sends the cube. Matt says, we'll play this. So now, and it obviously effectively the stakes are doubled, and it's in a sense even more so because had the cube not been turned at any point in the game, you can't collect the gammon or a backgammon. So it's an even more significant factor. Okay, so Bob's just got to try to efficiently bring those checkers in. Matt needs to make up quite a bit of the distance in the race. Again, I'm really enjoying this. It's exciting. It's the opportunity for viewers, around the globe, really, to see a different type of very common play in backgammon streamed. Traditionally, you see nothing but match play in tournaments, and today, Monday and Tuesday, you're going to see heads up play of various sorts and chouette play, and it'll be a great, I think, learning experience for a lot of viewers to see. Hey, Bill Spruce, round 2 going here. Each round is a maximum of 5 games. You can't start any game after 30 minutes, so it could be fewer than 5 games. And you're playing heads up. Points are worth chips. Your chips carry over from round to round. If you were to bust out, as it were, for the end of round 4, you can pay your entry again and replenish your chips and play on. Now here, Matt well behind in the race, but when he took the cube, he had a forward anchor, so there was really little potential that he would get gammoned in that circumstance. Bob needed to turn the cube to be able to have the potential to cash off of a gammon. So Bob sent it and Matt took it. Okay, Matt had made some progress with a couple of sets, but Bob replies. Matt still got an opportunity. There's that. Now, does he fix his work from either point? So that's probably correct. 4-2. This, get a decent roll out of Matt. This could get interesting in a hurry here. That would be decent. Okay, now Matt's just got to roll. He has some definite potential here, and that is beyond definite conventional.
I give you 2 chips?
Okay, so 2 pips for Matt. So he's got 7 now, and Bob has 8. Vinny, I'm not sure about the add-on phase. I'm personally not familiar with that terminology, I guess. My understanding was through round 4, anybody that busted could replenish his chips by paying entry again, get a new 8 chips, but I'm not sure about the add-on phase, the terminology. In the description under the stream here, there is a link to some format information and explanation, perhaps, that addresses that there. Okay, so this is game 2, round 2. Bob Watell got dealt a cruel hand of fate on that game. It was 10-5 to start with. I think Watell either has a chip. I mean, it was Matt. Did I miss a quickie game while I was talking about something else? It's 10-5. They're supposed to have 15 pips.
19, 17,
A little, tiny little.
You're right, Francois. I need to try to figure out what happened there. I don't think there was a. It was 10-5, and Bob or Matt won 2, so that would make it 8-7. But why does maybe they didn't exchange enough chips?
It's all in here.
Tara's listening to this. Apparently, maybe at the end of this next game, Tara, you can them about why they have 9 and 6 instead of 8 and 7. Because that was definitely a 2-cube game. Okay. Bob puts 2 up. Matt brings 2 in. Bob dances. Now, look at this. Got a chance to pick up a second checker. Got a nice structure. We may see the cube heading back here. There it is. No, Francois, it's our friend Francisca. It's a perfectly legitimate question, and in fact, I'm going to run over there, and he gives 2 back.
Was there a reason why it was 9 and 6 instead of 8 and 7?
It was 10 and 6. Or 10 and whatever I had 10. I started out with 10.
Right. And so then you lost 2, so it would be 8 and 7 as opposed to 9 and 6, right?
Yeah, Tara's asking him about
I
that
have 7, now I have
checker
9.
discrepancy.
Okay.
Did we play 3 games?
We played
2 games.
I'm going to step over there real quick.
yeah,
This was our third.
2.
This is your third?
This is our second.
That's your second, yeah.
I won the first game with double 6s
I used
on a
chips
2
to mark
Oh,
the
okay,
games.
so you won 2 there
Yeah.
and 2 here. So you started with 7.
I started with 5 and now I have 9.
Yeah. And I started with 10.
10 and now
And I have 7.
I don't know how you lost an odd number. That doesn't sound right.
So I should have
I
6.
gained an even number.
Yeah, it shouldn't be 8, 7 before at the start of game 2, the start of the game that you just played.
What did you start with?
You started with 10.
I think
you
I
started
started with
with
10.
Alright, so 10 minus 2 is 8.
You would have
Okay,
6
and then
left.
you would go up to 7.
6.
I mean, we have a total of 17 chips, right?
No,
it started
10-5.
You have a total of 15 chips.
15.
So
Oh, we have a total of 16.
Yeah.
But we should have a total of 15,
Right.
right?
Right.
So maybe you should check the
I don't know.
video to see
I
how
don't know
many
who
chips
stole
we
a chip.
started.
Do you want to double check what?
How you doing?
Okay, so now we're at game 3.
Okay, let me go back and see how many chips you started with. I can back up the video.
Mine is correct.
I thought I threw you 2 each time.
I started with 5 and now I have 9.
Yeah, so I'm the one who I should.
Okay, hang on. I got to back up the video slightly here.
Stole a chip from someone?
But I can't give them the match.
See
I can't give that chip to
where
Matt.
we started.
You know, it could be there might have been a tip on the table. Okay, so
Yeah.
Matt, you have 9.
Yeah, I
and
have
Bob,
9.
you're probably supposed to have
6.
6.
6. Okay.
I keep doubling
2,
that.
4,
I don't know why.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. 11, 5.
Kind of like against Jim, I couldn't win a game.
they started to play, Bob had 11 chips on the table. But the tables, the the standings table shows that you should have had 10, but you had 11. I don't know where the difference came up.
Oh, okay.
So, well,
Let's just,
did
throw
his
that out there.
opponent, when he finished the last round, did his opponent and him have a total of 16 chips? I mean, you can't.
I think we had a problem with that. We didn't have,
We didn't have 16 chips. So
no,
we
we
didn't.
did.
Okay.
All right.
All right, that's fine with me.
I don't know. I mean,
It's Phil's fault.
Everything's my fault.
Is everything all right over there?
We have one extra chip that we don't know. It's history.
You know what? The chips almost don't matter. It's what's recorded and how many you win and lose. We can adjust that easily.
I'm not sure you're right about that.
I'm not either.
it's only correct if you record a good number. If you don't
record
if you record something that's wrong, then
I'm totally confused looking at the standings table. It shows starting round 2 that he had 10 and you had 6.
No.
I had 5.
Yeah,
He had
I don't-
5.
so there's,
Ask Phil about that.
Apparently the records aren't very good.
I don't know who's doing it. I guess he's saying he's
Phil,
doing it.
you've been making mistakes with the scoring.
I don't know.
Mochi didn't put it in. You won 2 chips from me. It's all I know.
So I had 10 chips, yeah.
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
have 10
But
chips.
I somehow had 11 when I came over here.
Yeah, because I was missing a chip. That's what the problem is. We
I
messed up.
stole your
We
chip.
agreed you won 2 points from me. I kept saying I was missing a chip.
He was missing a chip.
But
So
I,
did you give him a chip?
no, I took one out of the box because I
took
was
one out
missing
of the box.
Put it back in the box.
I'm missing a bunch of chips.
Yeah, I'm missing that chip. Okay. So here we go. This is what counts.
Wow.
Are you allowed to call it?
Okay. I'm sorry. Seems as though it's corrected now. Apparently, Phil and Bob played in the first round. Bob won 2 checkers off Phil. But then somehow when they exchanged checkers or whatever, Watell ended up with 11 and Phil with 5. So when he went to the next table, Bob had 11 when he should have only had 10. Phil only had 5 when he should have had 6, and he realized he was a checker short. So they couldn't figure out what happened, so he went and got another one out of the box. So then we had 1 checker too many. Chips. So anyway, I think we have it straightened out. Certainly. Okay, anyway. So now, this third game, Bob lost 2 points on the first and the second game, so he's down to 6 chips, and Matt went from 5 to 9. And between this and the start of round 3, I got to get with Mochi and go over this table with him just a little bit. Okay. Anyway, we'll get this straightened up. Yeah, Boris, it's straightened out now, Boris. Okay, again, I knew that Watell was supposed to have 10, and I guess I just didn't count on that closely when he had 11. So he and Phil, instead of exchanging 2 chips, exchanged 3 chips, and thus began the confusion. So anyway, apologies. Okay, so this will be.
Did very well doubling these positions.
I like that, Francis. Apparently, we're gonna have to slap Phil and Watell on their hands because they exchanged the wrong number of chips. And Phil realized it after the fact, and Bob didn't. So then Phil, who is the, I don't know, tournament director and cashier of sorts. Okay, and that was an interesting one. I guess Bob said he was going to double, and Matt took the cube. It was never. These guys are trying to confuse me. Okay, 4-3 makes the 2 points. Now we've got. Bob doesn't have much timing. Matt has a lot of timing. So let's see if Bob gets into trouble clearing this. It's now or never. I think it's now. He's going to play never. Probably going to be better than a 3.5 point board. Now it's a 6 prime. You're having to try to negotiate past.
Yeah, we have to report.
So
When Mochi's done, we report because he's gonna do the record.
So when do I double? I can't double.
Okay, so now he's forced to go. 17 numbers. Matt, there's one of them. Oh, so he's just going to cash this. Just having the 1 checker back. He wasn't going to. Gammons weren't really in play. So Matt's won 2 on each of the first 3 games here. So he's done well. Bob's down to 4 chips. Matt's up to 11. There we go.
As you think you are when you're winning, and when you're losing, you're not half as stupid as you think you are.
Thank you. That's a good one.
Yeah.
6-1 takes the bar. 4-2. Do that, but he's soon going to have to step up as well. 6-5. 2 down. Bob, jailbreak. See if he can escape. Cannot. Whoa, but look at this. He can hit. He can hit over there on the 17 as well. This is an interesting decision. He can hit on the 17, and he gains a lot of pips in sending Matt's or Bob's foremost checker back. But Matt has some exposure, probably more so than hitting on the 9. So Matt's going to hit on the 9. Let's see what happens here. Okay, he can clean it up 3 and cover the 8. Yeah, Matt's going to 6-1. Not his best. He's going to make that and step out, I would think. 3s makes the
I lost 1.
5 and hits on the bar. Now.
Bill, I have 7.
No, I'm asking Daddy.
2-1. Nice shake. Makes it deuce points. So now Bob needs to do something other than he just did. Okay, so I'm playing to the 3 and the ace. Hopefully Matt doesn't roll a 5 or 6.
And what have you got for everybody else? That's for me. Where's the ribs? Baby things.
Oh, here.
I'm gonna share. I can eat all this.
Oh, looks like I want some chips here.
Plates?
I was hoping that it would, I would get her quicker, but you know, we can move her.
You did fine.
Okay, I was hoping it was still.
I mean, cornbread,
Buttload of cornbread.
a little bit of cornbread.
Effectively, John, and maybe I've phrased this wrong at points, you, with the number of chips you had, you can never go
Never been to Baby Blue?
negative. You know.
On Lincoln, right near Rose.
So, Matt had 5, but he's won 2 in each of the first 3 games, so now he has 11. So since it happened in that type of sequence, he, never was in a position going negative, so he could win 6 points. Bill Fipps. He's up 6. He only had 5.
Oh, he has 11.
Yeah. But he must be stacking some, and it's weird they got started wrong. Watell won 2 off Phil, but they exchanged 3 chips. Immense amount of confusion as to how that happened. Okay, nice. Big. Now, Bob's got to cash this. I would suspect. Yep, there it is. So,
some reason I should have doubled because of the
5 and 10. Now, Matt theoretically should put his checkers where we can see them,
On the other hand, I think I have.
or his chips where we can see them. I'm sorry. So Bob's got 5 and Matt has 10.
So the rest of the ribs in the container over here?
Game 5.
games that we played now.
For anybody, for everybody.
Okay. Mochi, do you like ribs? Pork ribs?
I like pork ribs, yes.
Okay, take a couple of those from here.
Hope he's
We
so
played
much
4
fun.
games
Here
so
you
far, but
The beef.
Here you
Are we starting another game?
Toppers, gold.
If you want
Is the round over?
Yeah, yeah.
You have,
Cut some off of there
this
too.
is the last of
I share with
But we have time to do it?
Has it been half an hour?
Phil.
He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He has no idea.
Because mine's in Florida.
No idea.
Has it been half an hour since we started?
It's better than most beers.
I'm not sure.
All right.
I guess we may as well play it because nobody else is gonna, they're not starting a new round right now. Did you
I don't know
roll
what the confusion is now. 3, 4, 2 down. So this is game 5. This is the last game of this round between Bob and Matt.
And the darker of this, this sauce is a little bit more spicy.
I don't even know.
Is that
Is
the
that
right
3 up good? No, if you just roll 3, is that like plus you? Like I'm not.
Great idea, great idea.
And then
Walt,
the coleslaw potato
if you
salad.
exhume Walter Trice, maybe you can ask you.
Supposedly Mochi's supposed to be announced.
Oh, that's the mark of genius, is asking new questions.
I'm fine, personally. No. Apparently Tara was explaining to me their discussion before the beginning of this game was that we were just trying to confirm they had enough time to play a 5th game, that 30 minutes hadn't expired since the beginning of that round. So,
First 3 games, and I doubled it.
and my understanding has been that Mochi, even though he's playing, Mochi is supposed to be keeping track of the time and announce when 30 minutes has expired. So
You're about to give him a chip out of habit.
Yeah, I
out
was
of
going to
habit.
double him with a chip.
I'm actually at the end
Like you
of
do in
this
poker,
game.
You put in your chips. You know,
I'm going to lobby for just not only we need to confirm the table
I'm ready to start.
of the standings and what have you, but I'm going to.
Huh?
Ralph just had some barbecue delivered, so perhaps everybody will delay a few minutes to. Okay, Bob collects another on that, so it's going to be 6-9. I'm going to go over there and grab a bite.
6-9.
So I'm going to
Yeah, I
step
have
away
6
for just
for
a minute.
sure.
We should be resuming round 3 fairly quickly, but I think everybody might want to take advantage of the barbecue, and I want to sit down and review that table a little bit with Mochi to make sure that it is accurate. So bear with us. We'll be playing again soon. And Tara's got, well, you can see people enjoying the food. I wonder if Matt probably needs to keep that leash pretty tight, or Fido's going to be feasting on barbecue as well. Okay, so we'll be back shortly. I'm back. Forgot to turn my mic on. Yeah.
How about if we made like a New Orleans?
We can certainly would love that. I can make y'all a name sponsor, board sponsor, if you want. Perhaps we'll have to work it out between because we're streaming on Galaxy, but Primo, we'll give you a lot of exposure, and we can talk to you about colors and all. Kind of a Mardi Gras type color would be pretty nice. You know?
I was thinking about have kind of a New Orleans Saints.
Well, that's possible. Well, you can see it's got a fleur de lis. Can you see let's see the front of it. Yeah, on some of the website and stuff, it's a fleur de lis, kind of a New Orleans Saint looking thing. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Now, let me catch people back up. I was all confused. If you look at the this table's kind of confusing to me. If you go to the table and look at it, in round one, Phil Simborg and Bob Watell played. Simborg. Okay, so what you have to do is read the table across from the first column on the left. So, like Mochi played Bill Fipps in the first round and Steve Hammond in the second round, and so you just have to follow across like that.
No, he already had buy. You know how much equity I gain when I get a buy? That's tremendous equity
Okay.
for me.
So anyway, that's how you follow that table. I was confused. I was trying to look at pairings within a column itself, but it's not. You read it across from the left. So Mochi's played Fipps, Hammond, and now plays Fipps again. Whatever. Pasco played MCG, Fipps, and Hammond. And somehow this guy named Simborg played Watell, Wells, and gets a bye. So I don't know. But
I played David Wells last round.
and Ralph Burd, Bill told me he
He rebought.
rebought, but he doesn't have any chips.
He should have 8 chips.
Okay, Mochi needs to add that.
I'll tell him.
Okay, Phil has stepped away for 1 second. Phil's going to join me for round 3. Who are we got here on round 3? Do we know? Okay, who do we have this? We got Mochi and Fipps, Watell and Burd. MCG and Wells, Pasco and Hammond. Where's Wells? Wells and MCG. I don't know. Tara is in there talking to them about who we're going to stream. MCG and Wells is probably the best pairing. Huh?
They're all good.
They're all good.
All good. I'll be right back.
So, okay. So anyway,
Candace Myron is in the room. We're just streaming.
look out, look out.
Is there a tournament?
It's pretty hilarious.
Is there going to be a tournament anytime soon in LA? I mean, what's going
Oh,
on?
I'm so glad you asked.
I'm talking about. When's the tournament start?
Candace Maron sitting next to me here for a second. But very soon we got David Wells and MCG starting. So say your piece.
Okay, my piece is there is a big backgammon tournament starting in 2 days. We still have room for people. The Los Angeles Open. And
Yeah.
we'll see you hopefully on Thursday, those of you that are going to participate.
But
Go
you
to
have a
Gammon.
BMAB on Wednesday.
BMAB is on Wednesday. The Hall of Fame dinner is on Saturday night. And it won't be in Los Angeles again for several years.
So if someone wants to play in the BMAB on Wednesday, is there still room?
There's room in the BMAB.
Okay.
There's room in the Los Angeles Open. There's room in the Hall of Fame dinner.
Okay, there you go.
Just go to Gammon Associates, plural, GammonAssociatesWest.com.
Okay, well, join us again a bit later, but Phil and I have to get to match work here. Thank you,
Okay, then.
Candace.
I've been kicked out of better places than
Oh,
this. Mwah.
you would like to think so.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, so we did get the Wells MCG pairing. Hi, Afshin Fulad.
I introduced these two guys together in Chicago. They met for the first time. They were both in Chicago for a while and playing in the Chouette every day. They became very good friends and have remained very good friends. This was like 30 years ago, 25 years ago, and they're still great friends. And I would say they're very close in skill too. Most people, I think, would pick Matt Kongire, but in a money game, ooh, I'm not sure.
It's close.
I'm not sure. David Wells is considered to be one of the best money players in the world.
Now, let us say, and y'all might notice, the cube is on 2. So in rounds 3 and 4, the cube begins on 2.
And then it goes 4, 8, 16.
4,
The
8,
last three
16,
rounds.
32 in the 8th round.
Right.
So, and what do we have here? As you can see, David has 7 chips. Matt has 9 chips.
And why does David have 7 chips? Because I beat him. I actually won a chip from him in the last round. I mean, it sounds like bragging, but it's really it's a huge upset that I would win 1 chip from David Wells.
Now, again, if you go to the description below the stream here, there's a link to the standings.
Uh-huh.
So, and I have it actually live.
By the way,
here.
if they had an 8 cube, it would only be worth 7. That's the way, because David's got only 7 chips. So you can only go as high as the lowest chip. It's like poker.
Right, and there was some confusion in the last game where Matt started out with 5, but he built it up to 11. So actually, he could have lost more than 5 on a cube because he had gotten up to 11.
You can lose 11 on the cube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just you can never go negative. Is in effect.
That's right. And you can never win more or less than the lowest number of chips that the lower player has.
Now, you know, I was telling people, I think, and maybe you know differently, but Mochi and I were talking last night or so. This is perhaps one of the first times we've ever streamed, for lack of a better word, money games or head-up type play.
Absolutely.
Which is, you know, there's 2 basic styles or types of play in backgammon. You know, a tournament format, match play, is much more, it's what's always viewed and most people see. But there's another whole side of the game, which is heads-up play.
Which is what most people are playing when they play casual backgammon. They're not playing matches. They're playing each individual game, and in those, that's why match is a little bit more. But you're missing 17 other types of games. You're talking about variations.
Right.
So there's all kinds of crazy games that we play, like Pasco Gammon, and we just got to play Future Gammon a little while ago. Okay, the hit is big here. On the next roll, oh, he got out. He didn't get hit. That was big. But we still
Well, and
have...
just to keep bringing y'all totally up to date here, this is heads-up play, so it's a Jacoby rule.
Uh-huh.
You have to, the cube has to be in play before gammons and backgammons are activated. It's down checkers are valid and legal moves. Now, Phil plays, and I'm not a big Chouette player or necessarily a heads-up player. I'm primarily a match play player. So Phil has much more experience at this. It's a completely different circumstance when match equities don't come into play and so forth.
The gammon value is always 0.5. Gammons are always worth half of what winning and losing the game are. And in a match, that varies all over the place. And then even in the cube, in a match, if you're up or down, if you're winning a lot in a match, you're going to be much more conservative with a cube. In this game, it doesn't matter what happened in the previous game; it's always going to be the same values. And by the way, underground, people don't know about it. These games are being played for millions of dollars around the world and in private clubs. This is where the big money is.
Well,
in
you
money
know,
games.
and if we go back to the origins and the longest portion of the history of playing backgammon in various variations, you know, which are out of the Middle East and Mediterranean basin, they never played with a cube.
That's right.
Now, I don't know that they had, or when like a Jacoby rule came into play, I guess with Oswald Jacoby at some point in time, so that would have been mid to late
60s.
60s.
He did that, and he came up with. I was playing with Oswald Jacoby. He was my coach in backgammon and bridge and gin rummy. I lived in Dallas with the Dallas Aces and Oswald. He was my first teacher. He came up with that rule because he got bored watching a guy go for a gammon without turning the cube. He said, "You don't deserve that." He was a real gambler. Everybody plays that rule. Okay, if
Well,
he
this
hits,
is an interesting position here that
if he hits that 17 times, he wins. And the 19 times that he doesn't hit, he's trying to figure out if he wins enough, and he probably doesn't. So my guess is this is not a cube, because also if he hits, he doesn't always win because of the open 5 point.
a little bit.
Okay. So I don't think this is a double. Now, if he had the 5 point closed and the race was closer, it would be a clear double, even with 17 hits. But obviously, he's really giving it some thought.
That's what's great using these new player cams too. You can really study the, you know, players' emotions and reactions and concentration and focus, and it really, I think, adds a lot to a stream match.
I do, except that both of these guys play poker, and they're not going to give anything away to their opponents.
Well, you know, it's interesting. We had these in Chicago.
Oh, I loved it in Chicago.
And some of those, as an example, and like you say, these two guys are kind of poker face. You don't get a whole lot of, but like Ian Terry was just incredibly expressive. Victor, for as much as he plays and as well known as he is and as good as he is, he has a very expressive face and shows a lot of reaction and whatever. Okay, so David does choose just to play on.
No, it was Matt that was on roll. We had that.
Was
wrong.
it? Okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah, he was thinking about the cube from the race standpoint, and he might have had a cube. He had a possible shot and the roll. I don't think.
But
he
that's
changed.
what's so interesting about the match or the heads-up game. You know, because of the Jacoby rule, where you can't collect, it's a little bit more of an incentive to turn the cube at times.
Yeah.
To try to activate the gammon.
Yeah, but this is a total race.
This
There's
is a total
there's
race,
no
so there
gammon, so
never was,
The Jacoby
but-
rule wouldn't matter here.
Right. But at times, you know, someone might be influenced by the fact of wanting to try to collect on, on a gammon or something.
The biggest mistake, I dropped the cube against Bob Watell because I was afraid of gammons, and it was a terrible mistake that I made because there's still too many wins. The gammon scared me. Part of it was this format. I thought the format, I didn't want to lose 4 and be out of the tournament too quick. I'm the obvious huge underdog in this tournament, and I wanted to stay in as long as possible because I know virtually everybody in this tournament is better than me.
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting, and as we playing this today, and Matt's thinking, or David's suggesting what it might roll.
See how they joke around? That's part of the fun of this whole thing. Every round we've been joking around, having fun because we're all friends. You know, we've all played each other a million times and known each other for years.
But, you know, I was explaining to people, we're showing the Mochi Millions today. We're showing Shuet tomorrow and variations, perhaps. And then a tournament with the participants on Tuesday. But,
excuse me, if he doesn't roll a 6, I think it's going to be a double pass.
Oh, wow.
Even with the cube unturned, that's a huge swing. That's a 4-chip swing.
yeah,
And a 4-chip swing is pretty big at this point in the event. They have
But
those
some of
extra
these
chips.
games like this and then the variations that we play or will play tomorrow, it's kind of an interesting. It helps you, forces you to refine your backgammon play in certain regards.
Absolutely.
You know, like playing Pasco gammon in the
Started at
backgammon sort of
9-7, it just
situation,
Sure.
which
9-7.
you don't face all the time in tournament match play, but you face it some. And by virtue of playing Pasco gammon, you refine that aspect of your game somewhat.
Everybody who plays Pasco Gammon is a better backgame player and defender as a result of the practice of doing it that way. No question about it.
So that's one of the advantages of playing some of these variations on
Well, the
occasion.
main reason I like them is because they're fun, and
And that's
you
that's
get out of your
another
comfort zone
aspect of
too.
it,
Yeah,
you know?
you got to, you play regular backgammon.
Correct. No, I think the cube wasn't in play. It was the two.
It's still a 4-chip swing because one won 2 and the other didn't get 2.
Oh, it was a 2 cube.
It was a, well,
Nine.
it was started at 7-9, so now it's 9-7.
9-7.
Wells is 9 and Matt's 7. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tara. I forget about the 2 cube. Sorry.
Uh huh.
This one's the second game, so next one is third game, yeah.
Come on, 6.
Okay.
Very
and
good roll for David, making the bar. Puts him in a much stronger position than he was a second ago. This 4-1, I'm volunteering. I'm coming down to the 8-point. You could make the 2-point, but that's my play. Oh, God, Matt, you're that bad? You played my play? I thought Matt was better than that. Matt got out of college, came to Chicago. I took him to his first tournament. We drove to Minnesota. He won the Masters and the Open. Nobody ever heard of him before.
Yeah.
Won them both. Okay, big miss here. If he misses, it's going to be double pass, I think. No, he's got that 6. Got 4 checkers back.
Probably so. But again, this is as we've mentioned, this is Jacoby rules. So
Matt's thinking about doubling. He rolls a 3. I don't see how you can possibly double this at Matt. And he's looking at it. Have I got the right player on
and
roll?
they're
Yeah.
laughing.
I mean, how can he possibly double this?
Boom.
He should have doubled, the idiot.
Look at it.
He should have doubled. He's lost his market. He's lost his market.
There
Game
it is.
over.
So
Game
there's
over.
2 the other way.
Game over. David, what are you looking at? You don't anchor on the 2. He's thinking about, if I anchor on the 2, I got a 2-4 back. But even that's not timed. There's no way this could be a take.
Okay.
And you see, he paid him the
So
2
now
chip.
we're back to Tara 7. David has 7 chips and Matt has 9 pips. So they
Right.
traded 2
Traded back
pips
and
on
forth.
each game. So
And
we're
you only
right
get-
back to where we started.
And you only get to pay 5 games a round or 30 minutes.
Correct.
So they played 2 games.
It really matters so much if you
And with this increasing, and that cube needs to go to 2, Tara, and they know it, I guess, but they didn't set it back on
Yeah,
2.
the cube should be on 2. Tara listening?
Yeah,
She listens to everything you say.
I mean, if you
That's a relationship. One that I'm not used to. I've never had a relationship like that.
well, you don't currently have a relationship.
I really do. I do. I'm in love with the world. 6-2.
You're in
a
love
lot.
with the world. It's hard to be faithful.
Especially when it doesn't love you back.
Okay. Yes.
Yep.
Game 3. Yep. Cube at 2. Thank you.
Nice work, Tara. This is confusing. I know. It's a whole new
Oh,
format.
it's a whole new
Whole
world.
new thing. She's doing great. Looks like Matt gets into an 18-point holding game every game we've seen. And I know so many people, many of my students say, I hate to make that 18-point because I get stuck there. I said, yeah, but you're causing a big pain for your opponent, too. He's not going to prime you.
Exactly.
And he has trouble coming home. And yeah, it's outfield control. So it's a double-edged sword when you hold the 18-point, but it's almost always a good thing to do, particularly early. And the other thing you don't realize is you can get off of there with double 2, 3, 4, or 5, and that's only 4 rolls out of 36, but you got 7 rolls to do it.
Yeah.
So you're favored to roll that at some point. Could make the bar here, and he's making the 4 instead. I would make the bar. Oh, he's going to slot it because of the double. Oh, he's got two blots.
2 blots on the
Yeah.
other side.
With David having 2 blots, you can be a little bit more cavalier in how you leave shots. I would have been tempted to just make the bar instead of the 4. If I had a bet on a tough backgammon quiz, who would be the best? It would have to either be Matt Kongire or Jerry Tanzi. Those two
That's
on
pretty
quizzes are the best.
esteemed company there.
Yeah, but Matt, the hardest quiz I ever saw was given by Paul Weaver, and I believe Mochi scored 7. I had 5, and I was like in 3rd place, and Matt had 9, and he would have had 10, but he changed his mind at the last second. All right, we got a double and a pay.
There's the
Look how
pay.
quickly he
So
paid. Yeah,
David's down to 5. Matt's up to 11. Okay.
right, and that's 3 games. There's 4 games. They have one more. That's 4 games, right? They have one more game.
This was,
Is that 3?
yeah, this is 4 now.
Yeah. Oh, this is 4. See, I can't even
And of
count to
course,
5.
they don't put the cube back on 2.
Yeah, they got it on 16. That makes it exciting. And later on, there will be a starting at 16.
Okay, 5 and 11. She got that right. Thank you.
And they
They
changed
turn
the
it to
cube.
2 cube. Thank you.
Right.
She wants it facing
Right.
correctly. But anyway,
I bet your underwear gets folded at night too, doesn't it? Aren't you so meticulous? Oh, there's an early cube to 4. Look how fast he cubed this. Is this a double? It must be if he did it. Wow, that's a
Well, he's
surprising
down to-
cube to me.
and look at that nice number too.
It's a great number, but wow, is that an aggressive
Was that
cube?
just, what do you think, Phil? I mean, just the fact he's down to 5 chips, and
I don't know.
let's see what happens.
He's
here.
the one that told me you play basic real money game all the way. You don't change anything because of the format. I would think you towards the last rounds. He said in the early rounds you don't.
He was laughing and when he sent it,
That was an amazing cube.
And look how it's panned out.
Oh, of course. Matt wishes he passes now.
So I can't win more than
If Matt, oh, but here's one thing: the cube has almost no cube big because the most it can go to is 5. So one reason you give the cube sooner is he knows there's very little cube big. The power of holding the cube for Matt is far less than it would be in a normal game. So that's why it is different. Ooh, look at
There's
that
the
prime.
prime.
That's a prime, but he can be counter primed. Roll a 4, and he doesn't. It's going to be hard to counter prime this. You
Now,
got to
to-
love
to-
David's spot here.
To clarify for some people, and maybe to clarify for me, but I'll ask you. I mean, here, were Matt to gammon David, the most Matt could get is 5.
Right.
If David were to gammon Matt, David collects all 8.
No, only 5.
Only 5.
Only 5.
Okay. So it's what he has.
5 is the max that's going to. So gammons are worth very little. They're worth 1 point.
Okay.
And winning the game is worth 8 points because it's for one way or the other. So the gammon here is very, very, very little value. The 1 chip value. Now here's the interesting thing. If David gets down to 1 chip, he can't rebuy. He would rather lose it all and be able to
There
rebuy
you
and get
go.
8 chips.
And you can only, this is round 3, you can rebuy through round 4.
Yeah, and only rebuy once. And you rebuy, your initial buy is for 500, you rebuy for 4, and you get the same number of chips. So you get some additional equity by rebuying. So it's silly not to rebuy. We all know that. We talked about this. So anybody who gets knocked out, if they can rebuy, they should. Because if you end up with any chips at the end, they have value.
And you can rebuy as late as the end of round 4.
I think so.
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure that's
You're the
right.
tournament director.
Yeah, but I'm not the Mochi million guy.
Okay.
What a double that was. I have got to see that in XG. David is also known as one of the best speed gammon players in the world. He'll play speed gammon with anybody for anything, anywhere, anytime.
Okay, Matt's going to try to.
Now, Matt should stay back longer to wait for the shot. He doesn't have to worry about running off the gammon as much, although you're not going to get off this gammon running anyway, probably.
Probably not.
But because the gammon's only worth 1 point, I wonder if they both realize that. I think they do. Two of the smartest
Okay,
guys I
here's-
know.
Here's the shot.
There's a 2. It's big. He got it. Oh, is that huge? No, it isn't huge unless it wins in the game. Save the gammon, but again, the gammon's not worth much.
Right.
2, well, you got 5, 6. Oh, wow. At 9 checkers off. If Matt gets to a perfect bear off, he's a 70-30 underdog with 9 checkers off. It's a 60-40. Yeah, 8 checkers off is 50-50 with a perfect bear off, and 9 checkers
Yeah,
off
he
would be
can,
60-40.
he can float around and fish for the second checker here.
Right, it's just easily. This is a big swing that hit. It was huge. I would hit loose.
I'd hit loose and play up.
And hit. He didn't hit. Interesting.
Well, still, no, he doesn't want to hit because he wants him to have to play. Well, he's got the one here.
If he hits, he's on the board. He wants him to roll a 1 and then hit loose and get another checker. And then he's a big favorite if he hits the second checker.
Right.
But without the second checker, he's a slight underdog. He's a 60-40 underdog when your opponent has 9 checkers off. If you get to a perfect bear off. And a perfect bear off is all your spares on the 6, 5, and 4 points. All right.
Okay.
Now he's running out of time. That's why I'd like to get hit now.
Yeah, he'd like to get hit now.
And if he doesn't get hit, that's your most efficient way to. Now, I wouldn't cover. I would not cover. But you're throwing your checkers down low. It's not real pretty. Okay.
He's going to keep them high, try to
Stacking.
get as many off as
Yep.
he can before he breaks.
This is a very bad roll.
Bad roll.
Very bad roll. He wanted a 6 or something that gets the checker off. So David's a 60-40. David's probably 70% here.
That's
Ooh, that's a
nice.
great roll. I peel.
Take it.
I peel.
Got to.
Yep. There aren't that many rolls that leave shots. There's plenty of rolls that are safe here. That's one of them. Take off 2 and move from the 6 point. Or does he? Yeah, you move from the 6 point. And now Matt's a favorite in this game. What a tough, nasty turnaround for David.
4 off. Yeah,
Wow, that was bitter. The recube's only worth 1. I wonder if he realizes that. Yeah, it's only worth 1. They're playing for 5 either way. I'm not sure there's a recube for 1. I wouldn't have done it. I'm risking 4 to win 1.
Exactly.
I would not have done it. He's going to be really sorry if he loses this after that recube. Under normal circumstances, that would certainly have been a pass. But for one versus 4, you got to grab it. I always wonder about these plays. I really do. Uh-oh. Game over. What a big win for Matt. What a turnaround.
So that's over
Wow.
after 4 games in this round because
last
David
cube
is
action,
out
that
of out of chips.
He's out of chips. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's all over. Wow, I got to ask him about that recube take and take.
And that, yeah, ask him about that earlier. Okay, so this is, and it only is going to get increasingly exciting here because
Yeah, I know it was for 1 point.
Only for 1.
this is round 3 match. So, Phil's going in kind of interviewing them. So hopefully he'll come back and report to us. So, by the way, that is a golden, what do you tell me? A golden retriever? But its name is Yelly, which is short for Ayala, which I'm not sure what Ayala is. But obviously a very beautiful and well-mannered, well-behaved dog. Now, you might have noticed we're every 2 rounds here as well today. We're switching between a P40 tournament board and a Galaxy Monte Carlo board, which we're using the Galaxy YouTube channel, and we certainly appreciate their cooperation in that regard and allowing us to do so. And they're 29,000 subscribers. So thanks to Mark Olson and the Galaxy crew. David just buying back in, so you can see he's got 8 new checkers from our chips from Phil. Now, if we look to the okay, so Phil's got the thoughts of the players.
So, David said exactly what we thought. His double was no way is that a double for a regular money game. His initial double,
right.
No way in hell. But he knew there was very little cube vig because of the chips. He was doing it strictly because he was risking very little when he has 5 chips to put the cube at 4.
Okay, babe.
And as far as Matt's redouble, Matt did understand that he was only redoubling to get 1 more chip. And but it was such a gin position that he was worth the 1 more chip. Because if he lost, he only lost 1 more chip anyway.
Right.
So it was worth 1 chip for the redouble. But I think he made one big mistake. If he doesn't redouble, David ends up with 1 chip and can't rebuy. And he keeps David in at 1 chip. Now, what happened now is David immediately said, I'm rebuying. And I just, you saw me hand him 8 more
I noted
chips.
that. I noted that.
So
Yeah.
I might have been just to be mean. Let's keep a guy at 1 chip.
Well, that could be interesting.
I'm going to ask him about that right now.
How about this?
Yeah.
Say if this were round 4 rather than round 3.
Oh, yeah.
You could keep the guy from rebuying.
Right.
By doing that.
Right.
So this has been pretty interesting. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. Smash that like button, as Mark Olson says. Now, just a little tidbits and information here as you this Mochi Ralph Tour 3-day event is immediately preceding the LA Open out here. LA Open begins with their BMAB event on Wednesday, and then jackpots and things of that nature begin on Thursday. So you can see Candace Maron a little bit in the camera there. She's the organizer, producer, whatever, of the LA Open, and that begins again. BMAB begins Wednesday. Regular play begins on Thursday, and then the following week is the St. Louis Gateway Classic, Jim Fair and David Todd's event in St. Louis. Then 2 or 3 weeks after that is the Michigan Summer Championships, Carol Joy Cole's former tournament. She ran it for 40-plus years and has retired from that. This year, Ben Friesen and Dan Minardi are running that tournament. Still in Flint at the same hotel and same circumstances, so should remain, a very premier event. Then mid-August is Jack Adelson's Wisconsin State Championships. Labor Day weekend is the Viking Classic. In mid-September, we have the Gammon Go New Orleans, Tar, and my new tournament, and that's just going to be spectacular. Then what do we got? We go to the Wild West Shootout in October. Late October is the Boston Open. Then we go to Miami weekend before Thanksgiving, and then California State Championships in early December. On the international front, we've got a number of tournaments coming up. I guess in early July is the Swedish Open, and then late July, the big Mamu, the Backgammon World Championship in Monte Carlo. This year, it's immediately preceded by the UBC final, which will be defending champion Zdenek Ziska versus Thomas Muir of Denmark, who won the 2025 UBC contender tournament. So that should be very, very interesting. Tara and I will be providing the streaming and organizing the commentary services and all for that combined event of the UBC final and the World Championships of Backgammon. All reports are that it's going to be perhaps the largest World Championship in 20 years or more. So we're excited about that. That's always a fun event, and certainly should be on everyone's bucket list. If you've never been there, you certainly ought to make every effort to go at least once. And what year is better than this year? None of us, we never know what, comes in our lives. So live life while you can. Take advantage of your opportunities. Live life to the fullest. So then that's late July, early August, and late August, 21st to 25th, I think, is the Jamaica Classic, which is just well spoken of event down in Jamaica. I think it's an all-inclusive hotel environment, at least available in that regard, and beautiful beaches, beautiful weather. And then where are we? International after that? I forget some of them, but of course, late September, the Dubai Oasis International Cup that Tara and I are privileged to provide the streaming and commentary services for that each year, and we're very much looking forward to that. And then, of course, this event we're doing today, the Mochi and Ralph Tour 2025, it'll be here. They're going to do it in Jamaica, immediately preceding that event. They're going to do it in Dubai, immediately before Oasis International, and they're going to do it in Miami. There was some talk that they would do it in Monte Carlo, but Monte Carlo, because it's the UBC final and then the main event, it's already tied up like 9 or 10 days straight, and to have another 3 days in advance of that would make it like 12 or 13 days, and they just felt that is too long for to anticipate that people would come those 3 earlier days for the Mochi and Ralph Tour event. So they're going to pass on doing it at Monaco this year, my understanding at least. So anyway, exciting time in backgammon, both domestically and internationally right now. All of the, for the most part, the tournaments have been having outstanding attendance in the States this year. Internationally, I'm not as familiar, but certainly it seems to be the case. I know they had the World Team Championship in Greece earlier this year and had like 26 countries represented, I think. And just for everyone's information, that event will be outside of London, up close to Birmingham next year, I think. And then in 2027, it's going to be in Dubai at the Oasis International Cup, and in 28, it will be in the United States at an as of yet undetermined location. So just a lot going on, and it's an exciting time in the game, and we're excited and honored to be able to be a part of it. So, yes, ma'am. Let's see. Have they done anything yet? David did buy back. I move this. Here we go. Round 4's not up yet. Or- Okay. So round 4 is important in a couple of respects. The it again begins with a 2 cube, and it is also the end of round 4 is the last opportunity for anyone to rebuy. So we shall see. Waiting for Mochi. I guess I can't see. Is he back at the back table back there? He would be updating the table. And there he is. Is it? I'm not sure. I guess it's totally updated now. So starting chips. Yeah, so starting chips right now. Well, I just look at it. Current chips. Mochi has 20, so he's leading the pack. MCG has 16, Watell 14, Pasco 12, Hammond 11, David Wells and Bill Fipps both with 8, Bill with 7, and Ralph Burd, did he bust again? Okay. So that appears to be the case. Again, you can go to the description area under the stream and see and get a link to the standings and what have you. Where David Wells is up there, so he's got 8. Okay, so soon we should have pairings. You can see Mochi back at the computer in the back of the room doing the tabulations and the draw, and we'll see who's playing who. And again, this is the well, here's Candace joining us again. Hello, lady.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I was just kind of reviewing the schedule of upcoming events, and seems as though your name came up as the closest one. You know,
The closest, the one coming up the most closest. I tell
well,
you,
in every sense, geographically and on the calendar, right?
okay, and emotionally too, I hope. Yes, we do. We start the Los Angeles Open with the BMAB on Wednesday.
There you are.
Because there's a time lag. So
yeah,
I can't
ever so slightly.
I'm used to watching people's mouths.
Right.
Understand them because I'm a lip reader now that I'm so deaf. So we start with the BMAB on Wednesday, and then we have the Los Angeles Open begins on Thursday, June 12th.
Which is primarily, I guess, jackpots and side events.
Jackpots and side events on Thursday, and a super jackpot also, which is on Thursday. Friday starts the main event with the Open, the Advanced, and the Intermediates. And Saturday we have the Hall of Fame dinner, which will be in San Antonio in 2026.
Indeed. We will be back in business in San Antonio in
and
February.
Everybody is thrilled, and everybody can't wait. Everybody's so excited to get back there again.
Well, we're excited. You know, we've also added the New Orleans tournament, so we have the two.
Everybody's going to the New Orleans
destination
tournament.
events, if you will.
Everybody's going. And are you going to be repeating the New Orleans tournament each year? This isn't a one-off.
No, it's repeat.
It's
we have a 2-year contract already.
You want to do 2 a year?
Yeah.
And have a lobotomy.
We're crazy, and in addition to that, all of the streaming and commentary and travel we do, you know, like the World Championship in Dubai and all of Rory's
and
tournaments.
Anytime you're at a tournament, it gives it extra cachet. That's
well,
for sure.
We like to think so, but
well,
thank
it
you.
does, and you know it does.
So anyway, I'm sure you've got to be excited, yet I mean, it's kind of ominous too. All of the work that you got to do hanging right in front of you there.
Like Christmas for me, it's a big party, and I don't have to clean up the room at night. It's just, I love it, and I have all my friends and my guests are coming. So yeah, I get excited.
Well, you know, and I'm sure you're like this as Tara and I are. I mean, hosting your own tournament like this, it's a. Okay, let me look just a second here. Who do we have? We have Mochi and Watell.
Did we just get
Phil
admonished
and
for something?
No, Mochi.
Hey, people,
Fipps and
press the like
Wells.
button.
Ammon and Pasco. I'd go Mochi Watell, but I don't. Why don't we do Mochi Watell? Well, hey, Watell was just. How about Pasco Hammond? They haven't been on.
So did you get into the room downstairs?
No,
I did.
I saw that. You know what was interesting, and to me, it's a bit amusing. But this week there was this big dom-com
Okay, so here's the
thing
situation.
here at this hotel,
Yeah.
which is fine. I mean, you know, I have whatever turns people on, you know?
Every year there is the convention immediately before mine is called Dom Con. And the Dom stands for dominant and submissive. And this is the largest fetish convention
Well,
outside
it's
of New
great.
York.
You have two adjoining events you can attend.
Well, I posted pictures all over Backgammon Candace Mayron on Facebook.
you know
I
what
posted.
was-
I
what
got
was,
in yesterday, and they let me go in and look around at all the booths.
What was interesting, and you know, and this thing is huge, apparently.
Huge.
And the place, this whole hotel, was just, there were hundreds of people attending that.
And
they
they're
were
all walking around in little
walking
leather
around.
outfits and tattoos. And
Leather
mesh,
and-
and those are the men. Now
yeah,
the women.
dog collars and God knows what else.
Oh,
And but then last night there was an Asian gala in the big ballroom on the first floor somewhat, and they're all wearing tuxes and evening gowns. And I'm like, man, what a cultural clash this is, you know.
Like that.
But
Is that okay?
anyway,
That way we
so
can,
here's a couple of.
Yeah. Oh,
We
well,
hadn't
probably
shown
yours on
these
the other
guys
side,
yet,
but
so I
we
wanted to
don't
give them a
mess
little
up
airtime.
the camera. Just it's because
If you don't know them, you should know them. Great guys. Steve Hammond from Dallas.
trying to take care of you guys.
he's
been-
in the Primo T-shirt.
And the Primo T-shirt, Primo cap, Primo
He
everything.
just flew in for this.
I know, yeah. And Jim Pasco, who is a legend in his own time, been around forever, lives in Las Vegas now, and him and his wife drove over for this. I'm sure
And
they
listen,
did because they don't
Jimmy
fly.
Pasco is maybe the most fit 70-ish-year-old that there is. He can do.
I think he's 70-ish, but it's a big number. Hang on there.
But he does on Facebook all the time. He does these incredible stuff at the gym that he can do. He's very fit. He always was.
Yeah. So, and he is a
We're waiting for you, huh?
legend of
We start?
Yes, you're welcome to start.
playing props and variation games. Pasco Gammon is named for him. So, very well known, almost legendary player. So, Steve Hammond from Dallas, Jim Pasco. Steve has 11 chips, Jim 12. We're starting on a 2-cube in this round. And we're off and running. Hey, Bobby. Come in if you want to. We'll
Here's
kick
somebody.
you again.
His PR is lower than mine.
We know it's.
Don't talk about him personally like this.
But
Are
we're
we,
still at
we
two.
may be starting on 4.
No, I think it's 2, 1, 1, 2, and 2, right? So this is still two.
Oh, you're starting a match. I'm sorry. I thought you might have gotten the bye. But okay, I see.
I was just saying it's a 2.
So this has been, and they've gotten the cube in play already. And of course, to activate the gammons and backgammons in heads up play like this, the cube must be turned. So
This is exactly the kind of game that Jim doesn't like. He likes to
too
be the-
straightforward.
He likes to be priming the other person, not trying to get out.
Yeah.
But he rolled a 2-5, so he comes to the edge of the prime and comes down.
Yeah. So had you played Mochi Million before?
Yeah, we played it once a few years ago in Vegas.
Okay. So very good. Here we go. Steve got in that early cube, and then things went his way. Well, I did too for a second.
Sorry.
Yeah. I thought he had gotten a bye and was going to sit down, but it ends up he was just waiting for Mochi to. Yeah, 11 and 12. Okay, and it's a 4 cube in, so a lot of cubes changing hands here. Okay. I will relay that on to her artist, whomever that is. She stepped away now, and while she was here, I wasn't looking at the chat line, but nothing. It's fine. No, somebody had said hello to Candace. And, no problem. So, and it's interesting, the play here, Steve had shifted off that 6 point, which is a bit unusual, but sometimes the dice gods force us to do things we don't necessarily commonly do. Okay, 1, so at least Jim is in the game, as Bob Watell would say, and is famously written. Asco is in the game until the end. He has the ace point and the cube. So we'll see this one ride out. Okay. Now this is kind of interesting. Jim doesn't want to get gammoned, obviously. But, he actually needs a little bit of timing to have any chance of winning this game. There he gets hit on a fly shot. So this could get very expensive very quickly.
That's something you don't see.
Yeah, it's not my log.
Well, I'm going to go down to the bistro and grab something and come back. If I run into somebody I know, I'll come get you and tell you.
Okay.
That would be a treat for you.
Okay. 2. No. I think you're going to reconsider that. Yep. Going to probably move that. Not, well, he could. Nah, there's one in the air. So go ahead and play it that way. Yeah, with one in the air. 1-5. Now. 2-1.
Take a picture.
And a 6-4. I always hate that position Steve found himself in. I hate those double blotting positions, but gets away with it.
My top one.
6-4.
Wait, I think that's good.
Here you go. Dice on checkers is
Yeah,
legal. And
down checkers valid.
legal moves.
2-1. Going to clear the 5 probably. You're not going to gammon him likely now anyway. I think I would just clear the 5. Steve's thinking about it. Oh no, 7 comes on around.
And the cube is still on 2, right? Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of only takes one off. Okay, Bob or Jim wants to beat the G, so he leaves. 4-2. He's even on the back, so he's not leaving a shot anytime soon. So he'll probably just take the 2 crossovers and go on. Try to ensure saving the gammon here. It cost him 4 pips or 4 points the way it is. 4 points, 4 chips. Okay. Mr. Ralph Burd, don't let Tara see you put that there. Around that electronics. Just as long as you don't knock it over.
No, that doesn't count.
I respect everybody.
Okay. Going by Ralph Burd, who with Mochi is running this Mochi and Ralph tour, and thank you, everybody. I think people are getting a view of Backgammon on a stream that they haven't gotten before.
Well, on the stream is from Tara and you, because what you're doing is quite unique. And Mochi and I started doing this at Jim Pascoe's home, and it's quite funny. Jim's on the screen now.
Yeah.
And
let me just tell Tara, Hammond won that, didn't he? So he's got 15, and Pasco's got 8. Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. So Jim, as I lived in Vegas, and Patty are 2 of the nicest people you'll ever meet. We did a lot at their home. And then the other funny side of the play today is Steve Hammond was the first one to join Mochi and I when we ran our game in Vegas in November 2019.
Okay. And Jim got in an early cube here, and of course, with heads-up play and the Jacoby rule, the cube has to be in play to activate the gammons and backgammons.
I'm going to run down to the bistro. Can I get either of you anything?
I'm good, thank you.
What are you offering?
Hey,
is there something in
Candace?
Chips or something?
Some guy was saying hello to you earlier. I don't know, guy or woman.
He's the most wonderful man in the whole world.
There you go. Say hello to Arts or whatever his name is.
Hello to my sweetheart.
There you
I
go.
thought I was your sweetheart. Come on.
Oh, man. I hate it when there's competing sweethearts. You know? They, in this Mochi Millions, it was $500 entry on the original entry.
Yes.
$400 on a rebuy, and you get 8 chips. So do the math. So anyway. Now, well, Jim, it started out great for Jim, but now not so well. And Hammond.
And the cube's on 4.
Yeah, and Steve needs to, and as he did, advance that rear checker so he can get it out with a 6. This could get expensive.
I wasn't expecting this.
This will be the end of the game.
Yeah,
Because they started this
take
round
the
on
whole
2
8
points, didn't they?
Yeah. So really, Jim he'd like to make the ace, and then he'd like to stay in the air for a while just to maintain his board. And but he'd like that second anchor. Gonna shift, play 6-5. Maybe not that because double fours, but doesn't bother him. There's the 2 point. So Jim is.
Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, he goes to 0.
But he moved up after the second round. They all moved up to 2 point minimum, so it wasn't 1 anymore.
Yeah.
So it started on a 2 cube and it went to 4.
Yeah.
Jim Pascal has only 8 chips left, so if he gets gammon, then
He's out.
Is that right?
Yeah,
He's out-
and
he's
this
out-
round is
He's
over.
out anyway because it's 2. So even though it said yes,
No, it
no,
started
it's
on a
4
2 cube.
times the betting value.
It's the same thing. It started on a 2 cube,
Yes.
which is the same thing you're
Yes.
saying. So the first turn put it to a 4 cube, and if Steve gammons him, it's 8. Yeah. So this round would be over for these two gents, and then this being the 4th round, it's the last opportunity. If Jim were to want to rebuy, you can rebuy through the end of the 4th round. Okay, so
this is finished.
yeah, we're gonna have a gap because that is that. Jim's gonna shove all his chips over in Steve's
It's very
direction.
unusual. You don't see Jim smile.
I don't think he was real excited about that development. Huh? And Hammond's a great guy. Hammond's probably giving him a little good-natured grief. So anyway, I was explaining to people we're doing Mochi Millions today. I don't know. Is there anything necessarily planned tonight, or is it just going to be free format kind of?
It'll probably be an early night.
Okay, and then
Tomorrow we're running chouettes all day.
chouettes and any variations.
Any variation. So
maybe some heads up, whatever people want to play.
We've made. We haven't done this just as Mochi and Ralph. Everyone here we are friends with for many years, and so people are taking their own independent interest, and you have Phil Simborg semi-coupling with Jim Pascoe, and they will run any variation anyone wants.
Right. So, and that could be fun. I mean, I think one thing, tomorrow we're having these expert chouettes, and those will be streamed on the Ace Point channel tomorrow. But we're going to have very little commentary because we're going to open up the board mics, and hopefully we'll get a lot of banter. We'll get a lot of once the cube's in play or something, we'll get a lot of discussion as to plays and cube decisions.
We ran this in 2019 as a bit of an experiment to get it going.
Mm-hmm.
And the actual chouettes, where you have Mochi versus Bob Watell, Joe Russell, myself, Nevzat, all the David Well, we're all great players, and having it open made it quite easy to have good discussions. So you'll get plenty of them tomorrow.
Well, it's that, and all of these people know each other well.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some good-natured smack talk and banter as well. And
I've
then
got Phil Simborg here. How can I not have good smack talk?
No, that's you look up smack talk in the dictionary and they have a picture of Phil. But so that'll be fun. That's going to be fun, and that'll progress pretty much the biggest portion of the day, right? And then I guess you're having a dinner for the participants tomorrow evening, and then Tuesday, which is the last day, we'll have a tournament. But I'm sure around that, as people flush out, or whenever we have other, there'll be the potential for other
cash chouettes, whatever people
heads
want to
up
do.
chouettes, variations.
We made the last day here a winner takes all event,
Ah,
and I felt that connected best to Candace running the BMAB the following day.
yeah.
So it was people want to win a tournament type setup, can get a winner takes all, and there's plenty of other people here to play anything else you'd like to play.
Well, I was explaining to people too how y'all hope to, or don't hope to, you plan to continue the Mochi and Ralph tour in Jamaica, Dubai, and Miami
Absolutely.
this year.
Yeah.
So that should be fun.
Unfortunately, Monaco, which is perfect for it, runs too long to add something to.
Yeah, I explained that with the UBC final being immediately preceding the main
good
event.
10 days.
Then it stretches it out pretty long. I know, Tara and I will be over there streaming the UBC final and the World Championship, and it's quite a trip duration wise. So and she and I always do Monte Carlo, and we have to, as y'all all know, have to get there a bit early to get all this stuff set up, and then
I can't believe you had trouble traveling this time. Was that your first time for a while?
first time for a while. It was funny, because we've got it down. We know all the rules. We know, but the TSA got. They made us unpack almost all our two carry-ons and one of the two backpacks, and it's not anything we haven't carried through before in those. But so be it. We just took a little time, and it's funny because Tara is so, I don't know, precise about her packing and cushioning all these electronic devices and getting it all in small spaces most efficiently. Well, then when they start unpacking everything and running it back, then it takes forever to put it back together, So
So I'll help Tara out. I'll bring that Heineken early before I bring my
there you
tequila.
go. There you go. And, I was telling people it's interesting along that regard of travel and so forth. The fun time was the first time we went to Dubai with 500 pounds of equipment.
Yeah.
And so going through their security, they're like, what is all of this?
Yeah.
And of course, they have to be concerned with electronics as it relates to terrorist stuff and
Correct.
what have you. And they put us through the ringer.
I'm telling you honestly, and I told you the other day, what you're doing is outstanding. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We, I think this was a good opportunity we thought it a good opportunity to, work with y'all, but also for the viewers everywhere to have the opportunity to see a type of backgammon that they don't normally see streamed.
Yeah.
And they have maybe a little bit better appreciation for another huge segment of backgammon in heads up play and chouettes and things of that nature, where traditionally only tournament match play has been streamed. So hopefully people are enjoying this, and we'll have viewers looking at this over the next
Few days.
few weeks, whatever. And I think some might find it interesting and entertaining, and maybe start participating in that kind of heads up play as well as their match play. It's a totally different ball game.
I need to have someone good like yourself, because I could do all the corn lines and the bit of the feeds. But I think the person that I did this best with was Bob Watell.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't miss a beat, has better appreciation of the game.
Very, it's interesting. Some, some people are much better doing commentary and explaining and talking than others. And somebody like Bob Watell with, his education and his manner of speaking and being able to describe things and the level of play that he has, it really is really educational for a lot of people. And then
I think you can learn more from watching commentary than reading any book.
oh, I think so. And one thing that I try to do is to balance. You know, you want to make it eminently watchable as well. So it can't be just too over the top, heavily technical and so forth, because a large segment of your demographic that might be watching this is not going to understand it. It's just going to go right over their head and it's going to turn them off, right? So I try to balance it with, you know, some human interest, some humor here and there, whatever, with the technical, and try to address all of the demographics. But you know, some of the best, and I'll skip names, I'm sure, for miss some names, but you know, you mentioned Bob Watell is great in commentary. Sebastian Wilkinson from England is one of the very best, and others. Hello, Nick. Thank you. Good to see you here. Again, those player camera angles here are, you know, they're behind the Taurus streaming control table, so they will have much more flexibility in Monte Carlo to, you know, get even more of a face-on view and so forth, streaming in private room, particularly with the UBC final when it's the only match that'll be being streamed at that time. So. These player cams, aren't they neat?
Yeah, they're
with
fantastic.
Like you can see here.
Their quality.
These are high-end, expensive cameras. But Bob Watell here, as an example, I mean, he has a, you know, very expressive face. You know, you can see difficult decisions and reactions to roles, and it just adds a lot more to the broadcast. I think. I don't know if you had the opportunity to watch any in Chicago a couple of weeks ago. And that it was really neat.
Mochi and I actually started a Chouette purely and only because of COVID.
Yeah, I recall that. You were telling me a bit about that.
And we've had Bob's regular, as is Jim Pascoe, as is Joe Russell, David Wells. There's Gaz Owen. You know, we're people from everywhere, and we've had in the 5 years over 600 Chouettes.
Oh wow!
Which is quite a lot,
and that's great because you know, and those, you know, that was kind of, how shall we say, stimulated or started by virtue of the COVID and everything. Yeah. But you get people like, I think Hussein's done a lot of work with y'all in relation to that. Hussein Paknahad, who does a lot of work with Galaxy, and him and Mochi have a very close relationship. But you know, now if we can transfer some of that to the live streaming element as well, I think that's going to really be neat.
I'm going to go for a bit of a break.
Hussein saying hello.
Hey, Hussein.
Backgammon Odyssey is Hussein. So anyway, okay. Well, thanks so much for joining us.
I'll be back to watch the final with you.
Thanks for the event.
Unfortunately, I'm not in it.
You'd rather have a different perspective in watching it. Huh? Okay, Ralph. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, anyway, getting to this particular round 4 match that we had, Hammond and Pascoe, ended quickly on a gammon to 4 cube. So, you know, when I set up with the one stream, so we can't really switch another stream to it, but we can, from across the room, get some camera shots of Watell. Who is Watell playing this round? For Watell's playing Mochi, so can't really tell much of it. But anyway, this has been a lot of fun, or is a lot of fun. So we and tomorrow, as we said, we'll be having some expert chouettes, some variations, some heads up play perhaps. Um, so that'll be a lot of fun. And I have to say, Ralph Burd and Mochi. Mochi is is so well known by everyone anyway, and is such a generous ambassador of the game with his time and his efforts and so forth. And Ralph who lives in Australia, is an avid promoter of the game as well, and a very generous person toward the game. And it's just like all the players participating in these events. The Ralph and Tara's able to pan over and see them now. See Mochi as well. He's wearing his number 1 Japanese bandana there. But Mochi and Ralph are taking everyone to dinner Monday evening, so that'll be a fun time to enjoy the company and companionship with everyone, and that's what's great about it. I mean, it's a backgammon as a whole, tournament backgammon. It's just such a great global community, and people, they love to play together. They love to socialize together. They love to see each other. There's what is it? He told me, golden retriever named Yelly. Matt's dog. Very, as is typical of those types of dogs, they're typically very docile.
You said no, but I brought up pizza. Would you like a piece?
I don't believe right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, anyway, we'll have another round here soon. It looks like all of the matches are finished. But let's see what the table looks like. Okay, Mochi's up to 22 chips. Hammond 22 chips. So he had just had that good run at against wait, what happened here? Wells lost 8 to Fipps just after he lost 8 to and Hammond took 8 from Pasco. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's tough. So, well, Mochi and Mochi has 22. Hammond has 23. Yeah, Fipps has 16. Simborg has 15. So we'll see. Let's see what they're doing. Looks like Mochi's doing the pairings right now, looking at the table. So yeah, it's pretty good. He's wearing it almost like wearing a suit without a tie, but then a bandana wrapped around his head. But he's having a lot of fun with that. Everyone's enjoying it. There's Tara going back to streaming control. So let's now as like we said, Candace's LA Open tournament commences Wednesday with their BMAB in this hotel in Los Angeles. So this hotel will be a beehive of backgammon activity for 8 or 9 days continuous here. So that'll be interesting. Oh, pardon me. Carl Sellers has joined the room. It's going well, Carl. We finished 4 rounds of the Mochi Million, have 8 rounds to be played. Now, round 5, starting soon. The cube will start on 4. So it gears up a bit as far as the stakes and intensity. Round 4 is starts with a 4 cube, then an 8 cube, 16 cube, and a 32 cube in those following rounds. Now, each round, you play 5 games or 30 minutes. They make an announcement at 30 minutes, and you can't start another game after that announcement. So if they were playing their 3rd game as an effect when the announcement was made that 30 minutes has expired, then that they only play the 3 games. So this will be interesting. Now, the cube starts on 4 this round, and looking, let's see, Pasco's out, Bird's out, Wells is out, apparently haven't rebought. So we've got 6 players live, and MCG has 8 chips as the fewest of those in the thing. So let's see. Mochi's playing Fipps, Simborg's playing Watell, and MCG's playing Hammond. So let's go, Tar, if you're listening, how about Fipps and Watell? Who's Mochi play? Mochi plays Fipps. It's Mochi Fipps. Mochi Fipps. Mochi Fipps. Okay. And then, so that'll be good. So let's see. Mochi has 22 and Fipps has 16, and we're starting on a 4 cube. So this, they have enough chips that this could get exciting here. So we shall see. Abe, this is kind of it's the format which has been to kind of combine in certain regards backgammon and poker, I guess you would say. And through the 8 rounds, the first rounds 1 and 2 started with a 1 cube. Round 3 and 4 started with a 2 cube. Round 5 starts with a 4 cube, 6 with an 8 cube, 7 with a 16 cube, and 8 with a 32 cube. So kind of to weed out the chaff, as it were. Now, at the end of the 8th round, whomever, and I guess there's a possibility only one person ends up with any chips, and they take all the money. If or the prize pool, let's put it that way. If say 2 or 3 people have chips left, then the prize pool is distributed in relation to the number of chips each party has. Steve, I did see your bet.
Should I start the timer or wait?
That's,
Big underdog.
What are we waiting for?
Right?
yeah, I saw that. We had that on. That was good. Who are you playing now?
I didn't understand.
Matt Kongire. Watch out for him.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
What do you mean good? You're salivating. You just
Yeah, exactly, Vinny. Thank you for maybe clarifying that better than I did. So, so here we go. It's on a 4 cube. Fipps has 16 chips, Mochi 22 chips, so plenty of stacks large enough to induce some play if the dice allow for that. And again, a number of people, look there, the Rosier bunch is still in the house. Jimmy, if, at some point we're halfway through it, but the in the fifth round of 8, beginning of the fifth round, but the cubes are going up by a factor of 2 at the beginning of every subsequent round. You know, it's time to, if the possibility presents itself, to make a move here or is increasing your holdings as far as chips go. And Bill Fipps is contemplating that position. And again, recall, this is heads up play. They're turning to an 8. The 8 cube is in play. Now, again, in heads up play such as this, the cube has to be in play to activate gammons and backgammons. Nice shake, set of 5s. He's going to do it. I think you come out with both of them. Just the quick eye count made that look to be the obvious play. There's Dice Man. Carl James is in the house. Now, this ought to be a format you would like and have an appreciation for. Dice Man plays a lot of poker as well as backgammon, so kind of up his alley. 4-3. Bill is going to go for the gusto here. Okay.
Yes.
Now he can make the 3. He can make the 8 and leave the shot. This is going to be interesting. He makes the 8, leaves that 5 shot. Oh, 5-1. Mochi's gonna, does he lift or does he make the 8?
Mochi, are we assessing points if somebody's not here?
Let me finish this.
Outboarded, so he's not gonna, I don't think, slot. It's a question of lifting that checker 8-7 or covering 9-8. Okay, 9-8 it is.
Oh yeah. So what was the question, Stephen? What was the question, Stephen?
My opponent's not here.
Okay. Who is it?
There's some, I don't know what the discussion is over there. I heard Phil asking something about Mochi taking a picture, but I couldn't discern all of it. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe y'all heard that. Matt had to take the Yelly out for a potty break, so he was late getting back to get started. And Steve Hammond, who is his opponent, wanted to ruling with regard to the 30-minute deal, and I don't know what the ruling was, but it's been taken care of. Look at that double hitter. Wow. This is interesting. I mean, this could put Bill Fipps out of business here. He was looking great, and now he's looking pretty poorly. Wow. Now Mochi, what does he do? He's obviously contemplating playing on or trying or cashing this. It's going to be a cash. Fipps is not excited about the potential. He's got a lot of timing. If he can, and I'm not surprised by the take. I'm really not. Now, certainly, if he can make another anchor, then it's game on. That's not exactly what he had in mind. 5-1, kind of safety, or 5-2. I misread it. Still dancing, man. Fipps needs to. Whoa, that's brutal. That was brutal. I mean, Fipps got in that early 8 cube and looked well equipped to capitalize on it, and man, it went south in a hurry. Mochi gets the 16 in. Yeah, he's gonna have a well-timed ace point game, or ace point game, but he would almost as soon ride the rail for quite a while. Exactly, Vinny. Fipps is, like Vinny says, effectively all in here. He just, again, he's got plenty of timing. He wouldn't even have bothered him to ride that bar for a little while probably, but doesn't hurt him not to have done so. He needs to just, if he needs to pair, if he ever gets a shot in a hit, to be able to contain that checker. So he's trying to build as good a containment position perhaps as he can. Now this will be interesting. When does Mochi, all he can win 16 here, so gammons don't matter, so he's just going to play it straight up. Okay, now he's in a double blotting potential situation. Doesn't, but now he's still odd on the back. And I was going to say, Fipps needs to get some of those off that ace point. It has some flexibility to ultimately vacate that ace point, except for one checker. But, double ace didn't allow him to do so. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Mochi just trying to decide what, I mean, in all likelihood, he's going to win the game. He just wants to try to minimize the chance of losing again. Got to take at least one more out just to that allows him, worry to have gotten a shot to hit and maintain his ace point anchor as well. Now all he can do is just build and pray. Okay, he's out on the back, so he's got the potential. Okay, Bill needs to make that. The other two just flood the outfield. Oh, doesn't leave the shot off the odd. He can stay. Gammons don't matter. He only has 16 checkers anyway. Now he has to leave. Case Mochi rolls an ace. Boom. Curtains. Okay, so another quick hitter there. One game, 16 chips, 16 points, 16 chips. So Mr. Fipps is out of the contest. You can't rebuy after the fourth round. So he's history. And Mochi's going to have the biggest stack at the end of this day, or at the end of this round. So Mochi's going to be up to 38. Hammond is playing. Who's he playing? MCG. If Hammond were to clean MCG out, he could have 31, where Mochi now has 38. Who's Simborg's playing Watell, so there's 27 chips in play in that match. So this has been entertaining for me, and again, it's kind of an opportunity for viewers to see a different type of backgammon. Again, we're all, by virtue of our experience to certain regards, and what is streamed, which is typically tournament match play, almost exclusively so, maybe totally exclusively so. This Mochi and Ralph's tour is an opportunity to see the other side of backgammon, which is heads up play in its various denominations, I guess you would say. Um, this Mochi Millions, which is heads up play with a poker style element to it. Tomorrow we're going to have a Chouettes, uh, which should be a lot of fun. I don't know, Vinny, who else is coming in. I don't know, but of course, as it stands now, we got some really good players here. I mean, you get a Chouette going with the Mochi and Bill Fipps, David Wells, MCG, Watell. Did I say Watell? Oh, she does. Where is this? Oh, this is what happened here? Oh, she's got Steve and Matt moved over here, but she hasn't changed the graphics yet and she's, I'm sure, working on that.
You're a good dog. Yeah, you're a good girl.
That's a good girl.
What you doing, dog?
You win some, you lose some. Okay, I'm sure she got. Is this their first game? Do you know? I know Matt had taken the dog out or something, but she's probably changing the names and chips and all. You can sit down, Mochi, if you want to, or. So, that one turned so fast too. I thought you're 8, I guess. No, the 4 cube. Yeah, that was a damn good cube. Yeah, and then 3 or 4 rolls later, it's just off the cliff.
Ooh, I thought that was on the bar.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. But I kind of liked your initial double, and then it looked good for a roll or two, and then it just went south like a
The third game?
blue norther or something. Yeah, exactly. I'd pointed that out. And then you were effectively all in, and his gammons meant nothing. Okay. Well, and again, she's, I'm sure, working on the graphic, but Matt is the white checkers. In this match, Steve started out with 23 chips and Matt with 8.
In case there was something good.
Something like an ace-5?
Might well have. There it goes. I think, yes, Steve let that one go. So now we're going to be at 19 and 12, Tara. If you're Hammond has 19 playing on the top if you're changing the graphics, and Matt has 12 playing on the bottom. No, I'm good. Thank you, Mochi.
What's that? Oh, yeah. My booby had what?
Okay. He's going to take the 16, try to contain that one checker. Where it's kind of disconcerting.
I think your friend is coming.
calling this without the graphics having been changed yet,
Yeah, he's
but
gonna come over. Okay. He lives nearby.
Sure. Okay.
He's a poker.
Now playing for the Backgammon?
if y'all can hear me,
Okay, we're back.
are we back? Oh, okay. Yeah, that never dawned on me, but I understand.
All right, sorry, guys, but they've had
Well, it's still buffering here.
reload.
I did reload.
Maybe just a little bit of delay. Okay, you got it?
Okay, maybe I'm back here. For some, and I don't know the cause. I know the hotel at 8 a.m. this morning, all the internet in the entire hotel went down for a couple of hours, and then it's been back, and we were hoping everything was fine from there forward, and here we are, we're back. So I apologize. We'll talk to the hotel and see what the deal is. We're this morning early. It was the entire hotel. Not only we're on a special dedicated partitioned thing.
Good game.
Okay, so Steve lets the 8 go as well.
Wow.
So now that's going to be
Needed a 5, you rolled a 5. 6, 7, 8.
11 for Hammond and 20 for Matt.
How would you have played that 6-4?
Same way you did.
Really? Yeah. Give it a shot.
You didn't have a safe play. At least that way it's only one shot.
Could have at least hit loose.
Yeah, but if you hit loose.
Similar.
I don't know.
So anyway, Matt's hit Steve for twice for 8 here, so should be 11 and 20, Tara, when you get it changed.
Close to the end, I think.
There it goes, 11 and 20. Okay. I don't know, Steve. I don't know. I kind of like coming down with the 3, but let's see what happens. That would have played differently and better had he not stepped forward.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get gammon.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt you at all.
He's taking all the money.
Watell got lucky, he drew me.
And I think when the internet goes out like that, it kind of screws up the camera's light sensitivity and all as well. So we'll see. Okay, here's an 8 cube. Matt is pushing the envelope against Steve here. And in this, you know, Matt's
That's interesting.
much more accomplished or experienced and accomplished player. I won't say experienced, certainly accomplished than Steve, but Steve plays a lot of money games and so forth. So,
Oof. I'm glad I covered.
you know, but Matt seems to almost be, I won't say bullying and intimidating, but a little bit of that comes into play perhaps. And part of that has to do with the number of chips at the beginning of this round.
The last round.
And you're out?
Yeah, he drew me. That's how he got lucky. So I'm here to commentate.
Well, this one, it's interesting going into this.
Huh?
Hammond had 23 checkers, and Matt had 8.
Wow.
So Matt's won 8, 8, and
He's
now
won
we got
12,
an
yeah.
8 cube
He's won 12,
in
yeah.
play here. What do you want?
I lost an 8 cube to Watell, and I had a shot to win, but it didn't hit. It was great.
So, well, and you know, in Mochi, not to, okay, so
Well, Fipps just said I was right to take the cube, so I feel great.
well, well, you can't believe everything Fipps says. He just dropped 16 chips to Mochi in one match.
In one game?
One game.
Yeah.
So Mochi now has 38 chips. And I'm only teasing. I have all the respect in the world for Bill Phipps's game, but
No, I think when a guy loses, it's right to rub it in. That's been my whole. That's been my whole. That's why I have this thing that says I have Tourette's, so I don't get beat up all the time when I do that shit. Stuff. We can say shit on this channel, can't we?
I don't know.
I know if I'm doing a regular tournament, I never
You
say
got
shit.
well, we're on Galaxy, so you're gonna have to deal with Mark Olson.
Oh, Mark's cool. Mark, I work for Mark Olson, and he's one of the coolest bosses I've ever had. He's a great guy. He's really
Cooler than
laid
me?
back. No, you're terrible. You're fine, but you got the real boss isn't you. That's why I don't call you a boss. You think you're the boss? Are you that crazy?
I know better than that.
No kidding. What's going on here? I like black if he can roll doubles. White's got a lot of timing to hold him. Cube's on 8. So there's not a lot of recube big because the cube actually goes 3 more if you redouble. So gammons are worth very little. Because winning is an 8-point swing and a gammon is only 3. God, it changes the game a lot. We had a situation where Watell couldn't double me even with the Crawford rule because he loses gammons because of the number of chips I had. So the Crawford rule completely changed the cube action. Under normal situation, Jacoby rule, that's right. He would absolutely have doubled in a normal game, but in that game he loses his gammons. It's just the opposite of a normal game. It was really crazy.
Well, and that's what's intriguing to me a bit because, you know, some of these elite players such as Matt and Mochi and Watell and Fipps and others, I mean, they're not only great at match play, but they're great at heads-up play,
Yeah.
which is a totally different game.
But
Certainly.
there's also poker. Your chip stack, knowing the chip stack and how to read that, that's a poker skill. And David Wells really has a big edge there. He's probably the best poker player, although Ralph Burd is also a very top poker player. But Wells is a real solid poker player, and several times he was telling me how the things change because of the chip.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So that looks clear if you're winning the race that you run. What else would you do? And you're holding the cube. Well, the cube is always of value to you in a race, but not here where you don't have as much recube vig. Isn't he winning the race by Yeah, isn't this an easy
he's
run?
well
Isn't he way
ahead.
ahead in the race? What is the problem?
Also, he has no timing to try to hold it anyway.
And there's not going to be a shot on the next roll no matter what. This looks so obvious. Oh, Steve's playing it. That's the answer.
Hey.
Okay. I mean, this is a clear run. That was a big error, big blunder. When you're winning the race. When you're not winning the race, then you can think about it. But he's not going to get a shot. Plus the fact that he's wasting. Look how many pips he's wasted by bringing those checkers to the ace. It's a very poor play.
You know, and this isn't giving away any much information necessarily, but Steve was telling me this morning that he has recently started using XG some in the technical aspects, and apparently he never has before.
That I can tell you for sure that's not true.
Well,
He may
okay.
not view it. I went to Dallas and gave him a lesson on XG 3 years ago.
Okay. Well, anyway, he said he just started using it in a technical sense or some phrase like
Right.
that. And he said it's been so depressing because he discovered he can't play worth a shit going to XG.
Okay, now it's forced to run. He has no choice. What's he looking at? This is, oh, it's White's roll. Okay, sorry. The wrong guy on roll. I'm used to the baffle box.
Or the clock.
So I think he goes to the ace here. I don't think he leaves the double shot. He's thinking about leaving the double shot. I know what he's thinking. If I take longer, the clock runs out and I don't have to play another game. There is that aspect.
There
I'm
is that
telling you.
aspect.
You saw where
Well, with Wells and Matt, remember we were
Yeah.
talking about the fact that he could have squeezed Wells to end with one chip.
And how about was it Watell? They went to the bathroom at 2 separate times to kill the clock. All right, there's no shot here. Okay.
Okay.
You think they're nervous because I'm doing commentary?
Doubtlessly,
Oh,
that's an element.
Yeah, that could be a part of it. Up. Timer.
What's that?
Tell them time's up. No more games.
Always throw ace deuce with an ace.
I thought that was your date reminding you. Of
No, we have a 30.
reservation or
I was the timer guy. We have 30 minutes or 5 games every round.
Oh,
Look out!
come on. Come on, man.
And look at that camera reaction.
Oh.
They both.
Well, from what I understand, the first round, Steve Hammond had 2 double sixes and a double 4 to beat Ralph Burd out of all his chips. So what goes around comes around.
Okay, he's not out of this.
Yeah, he is.
He's out of
He's
this.
out of the fat lady is singing.
Boxes in a race?
Fat lady is singing. 8
We
chips.
can,
Throw ace
8
deuce.
chips.
You know, we try to do our golf voices over here because it's just on the other side of an air ball, but
I don't have
we
a-
can hear them better than they can hear us right now.
I don't have a golf voice.
Yeah.
What is that? Being quiet? That's not me. All right.
Wow. So Hammond has quickly dropped 20 chips here.
Yeah. And
had a
that means
chance
that
after the first
I think
box.
Mochi and Matt will be your 2 big-time chip leaders. I think the draw is funny. It's a random draw, and they should be able to. Hope they know it's they're through. Time's up. Tell 'em.
Oh, yeah. Somebody mentioned it to him, I think. Right. It had just, Fipps had just made the announcement.
Good plan, man.
Okay, so that means, so what'd Matt end up with? 328? Yeah. Watell has 27. Is that right?
I think so.
Mochi has 38, and Matt's going to have 28, and Hammond 3. So one of that group of 3 with the big stacks is not going to have much opportunity to pick up many in the next round. Whoever draws Hammond.
True. Can't lose either. Only lose 3 chips.
Yeah.
But the chips are how much worth next round? They were,
That was 4. Next one's 8.
yeah.
Yeah. So we have Mochi with 38, MCG with 28, Bob Watell with 27, and Steve Hammond with 3 are the only remaining live players going to round 6 here. So as Bob and I were just talking, whoever of the 3 big chip holders, Mochi, Watell, and Matt Kongire, one of them's going to get Steve Hammond, so the most he could win is 3, but of course That's the downside. The upside is the most he could lose is 3. So we shall see. Coming down to yes.
I'm verifying that. Okay, so it's not like 2 every round.
No, it was
Okay.
1, 1, 2, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32.
Okay, so it's 8 on this next one for round 6. Do we know who are? You already know who
Let's
we're
see.
playing or
Has
not
he
yet?
moved them out yet or not? It's Mochi and Watell, MCG and Hammond. Let's go Mochi, Watell. Because the MCG Hammond match might be with Steve with only 3 chips. That might not be as exciting as the Watell and Mochi have 65 chips between them, 38-27. Okay. So, I'm sorry?
All right, I'll jump in first time. No, older with you. No, you do. You didn't hear myself.
Okay, so you need to be maybe 6 inches or something?
Oh, I'm more than
I
that.
have a friend who did that.
If that. Okay, so Bill Fipps is joining me here for we're gonna do Mochi and Watell, 38 chips, 27 chips.
And the cube's starting where?
8.
8.
So seemed to be that was the match we should stream since MCG and Hammond only has 3 chips, so it wouldn't be much of a match. Or maybe it would, but it doesn't have the potential for the excitement that the Watell Mochi pairing would have. Mochi's almost got 2 handful of chips there.
They need racks like in poker.
So they've designed this bill as kind of ideally some combination of backgammon and poker.
There's not much.
There's not much poker. That's what I was going to ask you. You're a poker player.
There's no poker
so-
element, but you get some interesting decisions.
Look at all the chips you have.
Who invented it?
Mochi and Burd.
27 against 38.
Why, it's Mochi Million.
27 pairings.
So,
Like four chips. I mean,
but it's made some very, very interesting decisions at times. But
Okay, 30 minutes. Commentary starting.
Matt, you want to play shoot tomorrow?
so obviously, we'll go to round 7. I guess there's the potential
I have
that
a
there not
yes.
be a round 8.
Bill?
You're talking about me?
In the comments field, people have thoughts about how this
Well,
alters
not,
play.
sorry, Matt, no,
How
donkey for
How
you,
play gets
donkey
altered
for
and some of the.
There hadn't been a whole lot of discussion in that regard. I mean,
I think this is something where the whole community is kind of figuring it out on the fly.
I think
don't
so,
think
because
anybody
it's-
really has a handle on it.
it's the first time anybody
Yeah, too.
not only seen Mochi Million, but really heads up play on the live stream to speak of.
You also can't really put it through XP for PRs.
Yeah. So, anyway, Bill Fipps here with me, and
Does it go to 16?
I'm going to comment on the
It
comment.
starts on 8, so you're basically all.
what's that?
I'm going to comment on the commentators. You guys screw up on the mention.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why we turned your mic
You're a
off.
commentary GM.
You're right.
I'm an intermediate.
So,
So, all right.
now again, as y'all note, in this round, the cube is started on 8. And of course, it's heads up play, so Jacoby rule is in effect. So you can't. The gammons and backgammons aren't activated until the cube is turned. So
So the cube's basically
at an starting 8 cube, that gets pretty interesting when it takes a 16 cube to activate the.
Probably his worst there.
Especially when there's some real, like, if you got this nice board and you're taking and making.
This is kind of an interesting number.
It really is.
Mochi has.
I feel like Mochi has been playing faster without a clock. That's when there's a clock.
I think so,
You know,
and that's been true of
and
several
he's not
players.
Even doing the thing he usually does, where he looks at the ridiculous play, and sets everything up.
He
and
almost
forth.
always
It's entirely different Mochi.
Exactly, because he normally looks at all the plays he's not going to make first, and then goes back to the one that. Bill is out, Ian Terry. He. Who knocked you out a while ago?
Mochi.
Mochi with a.
I got to play him 3 times this tournament. That's a great draw.
Had 16 pips and lost on a 16 cube. But Mochi's forsaken his bandana that he's worn all day until this point. Maybe he's jinxed his mojo or something. Let's see. And Watell's taking off his baseball cap. What's the deal?
The other table, Hammond's got 3 chips and Matt Kongire's got 20 something.
Right. Yeah.
It's going to end up being Matt Kongire in one of these.
In one of these. That's why just figured there wouldn't be much opportunity for play in that other match with Steve only having 3 chips. So we put this one on the stream with the 2 big stacks comparatively.
The final will be interesting because they don't have to get down to 0 chips.
Right, you get some interesting money decisions at the end.
Amazing, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Very complicated.
Unattractive as it is, do you come out?
Guessing it's a bit much, but worth a think.
Yeah. I guess since he's behind, he has to stay back.
This just seems like a hit and cover.
So what do Bob Watell, John O'Hagan, and Petco have in common?
Finalists in the World Championship.
Very good. Finalists, and they outplayed their opponents and lost. All 3 of them.
Now, who did Watell lose to? Do you recall?
Petco lost to the Israeli.
Petco lost to DDA and Ellie Royman. And O'Hagan lost to Dennis Carlson. I don't remember who Watell lost to.
You can ask him, I'm sure he'll remember.
Okay, you want to come over here?
No, I'm fine.
You sure?
Clearly, again, this is not fine.
Okay.
Well, I've got a speed board.
10 pips, all right.
Is he up 10? Did you say?
Yeah, that's what. I just did a quick count. That's
Yeah.
be off.
So this pretty expensive decision to contemplate, though. Rolls on 5-2, makes
Yep.
yeah 2, cleans it up. He's well ahead in the race.
How late will you play tonight? You're finished? Come on, Matt.
There it comes, 16 cube. Now Bobby Walk.
God, come on! You're just torturing me.
He has a little less recube equity.
Matt, can you please torture him more?
Right.
I would still think
I
pretty easy
think it's a
take.
take. I mean,
Pretty easy. I
Mochi-
think it's pretty trivial
A lot
take.
of work to do to clear those 2
Yeah.
points.
And he's not dead in the race.
All this left for you to do is just go up with it.
You have full prime against one checker, and he also has
And
one checker.
Watell has a fair amount of timing as well for
That's not that's
So Mochi's going to have to clear something relatively soon.
Sportsmanship.
Looks like,
Yeah.
from my perspective, at least an easy take.
That's a big no-no.
But they're talking and laughing about it. So, yeah.
In the other table, Steve Hammond, just the fact he's still playing means probably winning over there.
Oh, he's almost over.
Oh.
Matt's got him closed out.
Oh, wow, he let that go.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
I'm a big surprise. But, okay, so that how many? That was 8. So Tara Bob Watell has 19, and Mochi has 46.
19.
I bet I'm Mochi now. Uh-oh, that's too good.
No, that window expired. Okay.
Still roll ahead of me.
So if Matt has closed him out, then Matt takes Steve's 3.
Oh, we got an interesting dynamic. What if this ends and Watell still has chips? We have
Yeah,
three
how do
players
they resolve that?
left.
Yeah.
They still draw, and there's still one guy.
Oh, just gets the money, gets his a
One guy
little,
gets it by him.
yeah, which automatically cashes.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it, but yeah, it is. Well, it's got to go to round 8, right? This is 6.
Oh yeah, it does have to go 8 rounds. So even if he gets the buy,
Pull my chips away for nothing.
That's interesting.
I'm not sure how it sits or works.
Discount flexible.
What, Mochi's thinking about it again here?
Does Bob to play a 5-1?
Actually, was distracted and I'm not.
You would think.
Or is it Mochi's cube decision?
No, because they're. No, I don't think they are.
Okay. Then I'll just go and do commentary. Or I'll play. I could play. You want to play some cash tomorrow, Shuets? Yeah.
You know, and one thing, Bill, you mentioned earlier about Mochi playing a different game in certain regards. You're also seeing a lot more talking and expression and emotion, humor out of Mochi that you normally wouldn't see in a tournament environment. I don't think.
More than 100 people watching.
Is Mochi trying to sell him on something?
Yeah.
Don't neglect the quad blot play.
Now maybe more because of the so many chips.
They're very chatty.
Stephen Hammond, why aren't you still playing?
That's what you get going into a fight with a thug with a small stack,
Well, he got his large stack from me the match.
The match before, yeah. Okay, so
She's asking a clock.
So we
Mochi's having fun over Watell's indecisions.
The thing is that Bob really can't get him.
There's no recube big. That's one reason you get.
I think that allowed Bob to
To 19.
keep the back checker split the fact he can't get Gammon.
Let's do it.
I don't know what that was.
It's only worth 19.
Get the extra 3.
A lot of times it's nice to have a market loser. Yeah, no market losers.
I mean, you could, I don't know if you could run something alongside the UVC, you know, like at the same time.
Wow, that's an ugly roll.
Every time I took my wife to the market, I lost it.
3 blocks. I think I gotta go.
You got it.
And a match.
Here we go.
64 points.
Oh, that's what we wanted.
Hit another. Yeah. Boo. Okay, so let's see. It's going to be interesting. Matt Kongire is going to have
How many is Matt going to have?
31, I think.
How many do you have?
There's Matt. Congratulations. Thank you. You might be in the finals, but if Watell ends up with any, well,
Good on
Three left. Yeah.
Could be a 3. If Watell wins this game, there could be a 3-way. I think they're gonna. I think they do still a draw. One of you gets a bye.
No.
One of you gets a bye.
With this.
Watell's got to win this game for that to happen. Big favorite now.
Everybody's on the bar, yeah.
Everybody's on the bar.
Jump in, the water's fine. Huh?
4 black checkers.
Oh.
Bob is back.
Now.
7 blocks.
It's an easy
And Mochi's got 9 blots. Clean. They clean that up, huh?
I wrote a book that says don't leave 9 blots.
How many did it sell?
10. I got 9 more with this.
Most people don't need that book, you know? Okay, he's in.
Wow, what a game. Okay. Black's winning odds, Matt.
So, these are, so Mochi has 46 chips and Bob has 19?
Yeah.
Gammons are dead.
What are the Black's winning odds here?
So what happens if we just play until someone has all the chips? Are there
No, you play 8 rounds.
Play 8 rounds.
Uh-oh.
Unless someone has all chips before the 8th round.
Look at this play.
That means the cube is going to be starting on 6.
Don't worry about it.
What's the right play?
Yeah.
You are 5
And 32
And 32?
in the 8th round.
It is huge.
How many rounds have we played?
8.
How many rounds have we played?
Oh, this is 6.
Game over.
Okay.
Oh.
Tell you what, Watell can roll some threes.
Very hard for somebody not to have.
I would think so. With this small a field, yeah.
But what's easy is to hedge. That's what's easy. You make a deal on the next round based on the number of chips and go home. That's what I would do. Depending on who the other guy is. Looks like it might be Mochi.
Okay. It starts.
That's 5.
That's what Phil said.
Always in the game to the end.
Oh, we got it. That's
Hey, Watell hadn't failed to roll a 3 yet until now.
That was huge.
So it was large.
Bob is in the game until the end with an ace point game, Phil. not with a 3-point game.
Right to hit the last
With a couple of rebuys.
Yeah, 3 rebuys.
3 rebuys.
I think it's 3. Let me check it. I wrote it down. So that's 11 times. Oh, it's 8 times 5 and 3 times 4. $1,200 more for the rebuy.
9 times. 9 times 5?
Oh yeah, we had 9 original. The chips are the yeah, we had 3 rebuys. $400 each. We had 9 times 5. It's 4,500 plus 12. 5,700.
So
We're starting at 12 p.m. You can announce it on the stream too, Bill.
I'm sorry?
We're starting noon tomorrow. We're starting.
Okay. Noon tomorrow. We're starting.
Noon Pacific.
That's official.
Noon to what?
Noon Pacific time.
Noon Pacific time. We're starting tomorrow. That'll be on Ace Point Backgammon YouTube channel.
How do you decide if it goes on Galaxy or Ace?
Normally, we would prefer to always stream on Galaxy because they have the much larger number of subscribers. But there was a little concern with the gambling aspect of being on Galaxy. So,
Uh-oh. He gets a
There we
shot.
go.
He gets a shot.
where's the ace?
You do see too many.
With what? 9 checkers off, he gets it. Now you just gotta spread them all out, trying to cover as much.
9 checkers off the close board is only 60-40.
You gotta have maximum coverage. 5, 5, 5. Can't do that.
60-40. Yeah, it's 50-50 at 8 checkers off. Each checker's 10%. So if Bob closes him out, he's only a 40-60 underdog.
Can't block either of the big sets, so just spread them out.
Should get a second checker.
That would make him a big. Most usually rolls double fives.
Okay. 6-3.
Here we go.
4, 5, 6. Okay, and split. There you go.
This has got to be the biggest game of the tournament by far. They laughed at Bob for taking this cue.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Now you know why you recued.
There's the first
How he
ace.
gets to
He's only got, he doesn't have any more aces.
Don't put it up.
16 to 7.
Oh.
You gotta put him up.
16 to 7.
Why wouldn't you hit him?
Because you want to let him roll an ace over here.
No, you can't risk the 5. I think you hit him.
I'd put it to 7.
I'm hitting.
No.
I hit.
You got coverage to cover if he rolls a 5.
He just rolls an ace and then you win.
Yeah.
John Kincaid.
Nice to meet you.
And if he doesn't roll a 5, you
That's-
cover and you have a 6 prime.
That's me. That's me.
Oh, look at that.
2-5.
Yeah, but look at that.
Yeah, this could be better.
Yeah.
What's that?
5.
Could be better.
Almost.
Yeah.
They're having fun with it too.
Oh, it's actually.
Uh-oh.
Game is over.
Yeah.
So much for that.
Actually, a good roll like that's the best. Nobody would ever think it was a good roll, but
Still got
actually
40
it's a
to
good
go.
roll.
Close
Think
the
about
bar
it.
with a flip with a
Okay,
Now we get
block
it.
the 5s.
Block the
Now
bar.
you should slot, I think.
No, you block the 5s.
You don't hit. You hit?
Oh, this is not good.
You don't care about getting jammed.
This is flop to
Yeah, that might be better.
Uh-oh. block 9.
Who's keeping the time? This got to be the last game. Even if Watell were to win. No, you don't know.
Okay.
Bob did not write the book in the game. Uh-oh. He didn't write in the game to the middle. He wrote it to the Now I know you.
Go to the bar. There you go. Oh!
Oh, okay.
And a miss.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, wow. Right.
Oh, man.
What a game.
Okay. Mochi probably roll a big set right here. Small set. Ones and sixes. 8. Always a trailer. There you go. Whoa. Needs the bar or hit loose.
That's
not.
Gotta hit it. Gotta hit it.
Is that right?
And then go to the 13. 13.
You're playing max
Okay.
What a game. Mochi's only a slight favorite in this game now. 65%.
Pretty good. Bob saved the G.
Uh-oh.
Not what he had in mind. 2-1. Matt thinks 4-3.
You don't want to check around the 8 point.
Dude.
That's not good.
Matt.
See how good it would be to
You
have
gotta
check
play
out the 8 point?
5 off.
Why not 4 off?
Then you have to find an ace too, not a 4-1.
Well, if you had a checker on the ace, right, Phil?
If he was on the 4 and 1, he would just take 2 off and have an 8 closed board.
Oh, man. This is a wild, crazy game.
My play.
Yeah, but now you have to play an ace. And
5-4 makes sense,
5
right?
to
You
4 is
keep the
best
5-point board longer, or even a 4-point board.
Yeah.
I mean, you just bear off faster also.
If he misses, this is like a 50-50 game. That might even favor Watell.
It must be 5 to 4, but
No. No, I don't think so. No, you got to take a checker. If you got to leave a black, you got to take a checker off. Oh, gutter ball. Now I'll roll 4.
Oh, what a roll.
That should be
Go to,
come up.
Come up, you know.
That should be game.
you come up or do you go to the ace?
Yeah, but now he's got his 4-point open.
Just hit the shot and then have more from there.
Yeah,
Hey.
wow.
Okay.
Woo.
Still a sizable dog.
Okay.
Just roll like a plus 4 or something.
Okay. Boom. 4-2. What's that number you say?
Oh.
Oh.
There's a gin.
4-4? Yeah. What a almost pulled it up.
Well, okay. So that leaves MCG and Mochi is the only people with chips.
Wow. What a
No,
game.
what, yeah. So Mochi's going to have 65. 65, and Matt has 31, I think, or something.
I mean, this is
Edge.
leaves you less escapes.
Okay, so
Wow.
65 chips for Mochi,
Just came in.
31 for Matt.
That was an exciting game.
Just came in this second.
So
That's why I said.
that was exciting.
You brought it back a long way.
You got lost because they're all over on the
Oh,
other side.
man.
The most exciting Mochi Gammon millions,
Hey, you
Mochi
guys,
millions game
I
ever.
want you all to meet my friend John.
Now, if y'all were
Kincaid,
listening,
Phil Simborg,
noon tomorrow, we'll have this
Ralph Burd,
one, probably
Ralph
just one
Burd
more
over
match.
there.
Could be two more matches
Bob
with
Watell.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Mochi and Matt here.
Okay.
But either going to be Mochi or Matt as the winner. Who's this gentleman? Some guy come in. I don't know who he is. Yeah, this has been fun. Okay, so seemingly very soon, Mochi against Matt Kongire. And likely, depending on how it's played, I suspect, most likely, that one of them will end up with all his chips. And then that would be, in effect, a winner-take-all circumstance. So, okay. Now, tomorrow is Chouette's variations, perhaps, like Pasco Gammon and its various flavors, and Future Gammon. And I watched Phil and Pasco play Future Gammon today. That was pretty interesting. Talk about a lot to think about, because you roll and you get to, your opponent has to roll so that you know your opponent's roll before you make your play. So you have to not only contemplate what your play is, but also making that play with the knowledge of what your opponent's next roll is. So, I mean, you got a lot of permutations to think about. And then, the next roll, he has the same advantage. He knows what his roll is, and he knows what your following roll is. So kind of makes one think quite a bit. Hey, Tara, if you're listening to me, tell Steve Hammond he left his phone in there. I think it's his. So, yeah, doesn't get any better than Matt against Mochi.
What do you think, Matt?
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna play with 8 cube, not 16. More, more action.
Not on
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
That she really wouldn't be appropriate, because none of the decisions are going to be real backgammon.
So I think you have 31. Okay.
31 to 65, is that correct?
Yeah, I have a
Yeah, but it's not really the
56.
same game.
Does that sound like word divisible by 8?
Well, XG can't analyze this because it's not
Okay, let's do a
true backgammon.
So
And
now,
an
this
XG
is
bench, right?
Okay. And I have.
It's not match
65.
play. It's not.
And you have 31.
Okay, Mr. Simborg.
I'm
This-
thrilled.
Did I turn that off? No, you're up.
I am thrilled
This
because we have
now,
two
what
of
do
the
you
greatest
think?
players in the world.
I think this is going to.
They care how many chips they have?
One of them's going to end, be it this round or next round. One of them's going to win all the chips. It's not going to end up being some split deal. No, I don't. I mean, Mochi could play it.
Just message me after.
You know, he could
Mochi wins.
half-ass stall it out and take 2/3 of the pot. But I don't think
That's not his style.
That's not his style.
There's $5,700 in the pot. That's what they're playing for. And Mochi's a 2-to-1 favorite in chips, and he's probably a 2-to-1 favorite to win as a result. So, okay. Isn't that to whose advantage is that to? The one with the I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't care.
Oh, they're
about
leaving it on 8
They're
instead
gonna
of
start
16?
at 8 instead of 16.
Okay, they've decided to leave it as starting 8 cube rather than Matt's doing some
Yeah.
probably some
Hedging calculations.
hedging calculations.
I
If
told
he was sitting on the other side of the table, we
Yeah.
could follow it easily. You
Well,
know?
let me tell you, the first big tournament I got to the finals, I called my coach, Perry Gartner. I said, I'm playing Senkowitz in the finals. Do you have any advice? He said, hedge.
For whatever he might be willing to
right.
give you.
And Sank wouldn't hedge, and I beat him. And I don't blame Sank. If I would take Sank,
you run into some funny situations. One time in Vegas, Ed O'Loughlin and I, we were playing in one of their weekend jackpots after the flush out. It was a pretty good chunk of change. You know? Ed and I get to the semifinal. Some guy from Mexico who was absolutely inexperienced, intermediate player, had gotten to the other final, of the other position in the final.
Okay.
And Ed and I, we got to like DMT, and we decided to hedge a certain amount, but at a percentage basis. But we agreed that the winner could not hedge with this guy.
the other guy won, didn't he?
No, I beat
usually that's
Ed,
the
and
case.
then I won the
Almost
final.
always the case that big underdog wins. All right.
I'll tell you another real quick.
Yeah.
One time in Indy when they used to have weekend jackpots,
Mhm.
I ended up in the Saturday jackpot final and the Sunday jackpot final with John Alexander. We were both in it. I said, hey, let's sit down and let's work a deal out. We're both in the final. No, I'm a better player. Let's play them out. I won them both.
I'm not sure he was better. I knew his game well.
I beat him both.
Yeah, I'm not sure his game was better, but I'm sure he thought so.
So anyway.
So it's interesting. This shows you, I think, what a gentleman Mochi is, that they agreed to go from 16 to 8. I believe that really gives Matt more chance than a 16.
Well, I don't know.
I
don't
no,
argue that.
The bigger stack I think has a bigger. Fipps? What do you
Matt
think?
would like to play.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Okay.
Bill Fipps says his instinct is it doesn't matter. My first thought was that if it's a bigger cube, Matt gets to play for bigger stakes. I mean, it's like post Crawford playing, increasing the cube or something. But I don't know.
Maybe when you're behind, you'd rather have the stakes be bigger, so you have a faster chance to catch up.
Well, that's what I thought.
One game, you're right. You're at even money almost.
Mm-hmm.
It was 16, and he loses 16. That's 32. Yeah, it'd be almost exactly even.
Almost exactly.
But they'll get more games in this way, and it's more interesting. So I like that.
And there's more of a likelihood, perhaps, that it goes to an 8th round.
Yeah, we might see more cubes with the cube on 8. We're much more likely to see more games with cubes. We're watching obviously two of the best players in the world right here. This is what's so exciting. Of course, there's a lot of people that could have played Mochi where I would have said that.
And you got two of the best players in the world, in a somewhat unusual format and circumstance.
Yes,
it's not
something they play every day. Yeah.
Not the backgammon we know in match play so much.
Well, what do you see tomorrow when we play variations? You're going to see all kinds of interesting and new games to play that you won't normally see. You have to use your brains to play future gammon and Pasco gammon, and I hope we'll play some pineapple bluff gammon. This looks like a normal backgammon. Is it 9 pips? Then I don't think it can be a cube at this point. Oh, he's thinking about the 6-3 play. Okay. He's playing for contact because he's got a highly superior board, which no longer is highly superior after the 3-1.
That's only superior.
Oh, really? This play. Why does that idiot think about plays that I never think about? Maybe he's not the idiot. Like, oh, I can see why though. If he,
It'll
yeah,
be
he make them.
interesting.
Oh no, I think his play is right.
Well, it takes away what? 10 hitters? No, 6-3's due.
Yeah, hitting is bad here when your opponent has a 4-point solid board like that. When he has the rack. Now,
You're less likely to lose.
now, do you anchor? If you anchor, you get fewer shots. But you're
Well,
in
if
the
you
game
anchor, you have to play 6-4 because you don't have a 2. You might want to bring that
I think,
builder
yeah,
down.
your first question is, do you anchor or not? That to me is the most.
Well, granted, I will give you that. But if you do anchor, then you only have 1-2.
Yeah, right.
If you don't anchor, you could play a checker across, 13-8 or something like that, and have another
Yeah.
builder working on your board.
So what would you do here? I don't know. I don't think.
I think I'm playing 13-8. I don't think I'm anchoring just yet because he plays behind you too.
Bill,
easy.
do you anchor here? I don't think I. Okay. You agree with that? Okay.
It's
Mochi-
too easy for him to play
Mochi
past
anchored.
you here.
Maybe there's something to do. We always wonder if it has something to do with the format that changes plays like that. Because now Mochi can't get gammon very easily, holding his opponent's 4-point. And maybe Mochi's thinking, I'm up so much on chips, I should be playing gammon save a little bit more. There's that.
But again,
thought.
we recall the cube's got to be activated to capitalize on gammons.
Yeah, but you're always thinking, what happens if he doubles?
Right. Just for the viewer's perspective, though, it's a Jacoby rule in play.
This is not a friendly roll for Matt. to
2
play.
down, I guess. Huh?
Looks
Give
like-
him the 7.
Well, it's either that or slot 2, and that.
No, you.
See, that's the other play. I would. That's
Okay.
That's what I was thinking myself. 6-2 is forced by logic, unless he's winning the race. He's winning
Now
the
he
race.
could run
runs. Yeah, but he's not
with
winning the
2
race.
blocks.
He's not winning the race though. That's why you don't run. Game plan comes first every time. Now I think it's clear. You got to clear the 14.
Yeah, you can't risk against that 5-point
It's
board.
got to be the
you know.
14.
Yeah.
Okay. 7 is a champion. 8. Still not going to run because he's losing the race, even with those 2 blots there. Even with
He
the
could
2
have.
blots. Can we get a split?
He could have ran to the 13.
Yeah, but again, he's losing the race. But not by that much, not enough to get doubled. The formula basically here is Matt has a double if he's up 15% in the race in a normal money game, and he
What
wasn't
do you
up
do here?
15%.
Make the 10?
Well, when you're winning the race, I don't know. I know you don't leave blots. But if you don't make the 10, well, you make the 10, you are leaving a blot,
You're leaving.
leaving a 9 shot.
Yeah, but if you don't make the 10,
You're okay.
you're leaving 2 blots behind him.
No. Oh yeah, you can leave 1 blot by playing 3-2. Okay, he's blocking.
Well, and being behind dictates the blocking play a bit, does it not? See, I don't know.
I don't. Yeah, if he's up 12 after the roll, I don't think you have to worry that much about your opponent running. So that's why you don't worry that much about leaving 2
But
blots.
you still got to clear sometime, regardless.
How do you count so damn fast, Bill? Fipps is counting.
Mic on him so he can do his own
It's really smart.
And he knows you'll.
Sounds good.
Where's the microphone?
He knows you'll always believe what he says.
No kidding. Otherwise, I got to count. I don't.
Maybe talk a little louder.
Yeah,
so everybody can hear
I
you.
like this personally.
Do this, do this.
yeah. But I think he wants to get paid.
And I like this.
Okay, they're having a good time. I don't know if Mochi's trying to sell one or the other, but
Now let me ask you
he's
another
making
question.
constructive suggestions here.
Here's another thought. If we have 30 minutes to play.
Right.
Who has the advantage of playing slower?
Again, it's who wants to.
Yeah, Mochi has an advantage playing slower. He's got more. He got more
because he got more chips.
Right.
He could, you know, he could play this match and the next match
Yeah.
where he loses maybe 4 or 5 pips and still be winning.
Oh, double six.
Oh.
Huge.
About 4 pips.
Huge. He could have blocked them. So, I think I think there should be a clock.
Could have blocked it.
Yeah, right. Okay. But Bill Riles was right.
Kind of like
That's not very
Kinda
easy
like
for me.
Fonzie trying to
That's
say
not
he's
easy for
wrong.
me to say that Bill Riles was right. You know, I think these should be clocked. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is round 7.
So are they playing again after this?
Yeah.
If anyone has it.
Yeah. Unless they decide to split, they could. The two of them could decide to split anytime they want. Split based on the number of chips. But Mochi, this is Mochi's event. He wants it to be exciting and fun, and it sure
Yes,
has
it's
been.
not the Matt Kongire million, right?
Right, right. It's the Mochi man, and he's in charge of the rules too. But you couldn't have had a more exciting finish than Watell and Mochi last time.
Oh, that was great.
That was amazing.
Okay, here it goes. Hey, you touched it, you own it, all right?
So in normal game, let's talk about a normal game first of all.
59-63 to what? 63 to
57.
What is it? What?
Yeah.
57, 68?
57, 63.
He took it. He took it. This is very exciting. Dice on checkers count. That's a very bad roll. They have to roll a 4 there. This is not much
That's
better.
Not much better, if
Not
any.
much better.
Although he doesn't have a void.
This is a huge game, though, with the 16 cube. This is very big. Does he have a recube? Sure, he's got almost full value on a recube because 31 chips in a 32 cube. So watch out for the recube. Is the recube would be the same as normal backgammon, or do you have to have a different? I think it's different. I think you have to be much slower to recube in this format. Ah, that's true. If he gives Matt the cube, it's dead. If he gives Matt the cube, it's dead. I don't think he has a recube until he rolls better.
Okay, you are using a gap theory.
I go to the ace.
Gap theory.
Why?
Why? Because I don't want to waste it on a 6. But he may be right. I would have gone to the ace there.
Situation here.
Scary situation. Scary situation.
Okay.
Ooh.
She's refusing to make a horse race out of this.
Gotta roll harder.
This is really big. Every roll is huge here. Oh, that's not a bad miss.
Moves a lot of freight, but
That's not a bad
doesn't
miss.
unload much.
He wouldn't roll over. He'd take that roll. He would not roll over.
I would re-roll that.
2. Man, neither one of them want to win this game.
Could be off in 2
Those
rolls.
dice.
That didn't hurt unless he rolls a 2-1.
No.
Pick 1, go to the 5, make doubles work.
2 rolls.
Yep, make double 5s work. You got to play for doubles now.
Okay. Yeah, this
1, 2.
that's barely workable doubles.
Double 5 or greater. We're gonna have a much closer.
Oh,
okay.
oh, I saw 2
I thought it was
to
double
start
2.
with. Yeah.
Double 5 or greater, and he doesn't get
Boom.
it.
So
Okay.
now we
We've
got a
m-
horse race.
We have a much closer.
47 for Matt,
16. Okay.
49 for Mochi.
Now I
Wow.
have 49.
I would split.
And they spent
Oh, it's close. Just one
They
game.
spent half the
what,
time.
5 minutes?
Shit.
It wasn't
Oh no,
49.
they spent
Longer than
10
that?
That was easily 10 minutes. Easily 10 minutes.
Okay.
The total should be 96.
Wow, we got a horse race.
47, 49.
Wow.
49.
Boy, that hurts. When you
Is there any logic that Mochi should drop a close cube because of that? chip thing.
That's painful.
Well, neither one of them has much of an advantage either way on the chip.
No,
Influence
but I'm talking
aspect.
about the last game that Mochi
Oh.
took. Because he's winning so much, doesn't he have more an incentive to drop cubes? I think he does. but he
It
obviously
depends
thought-
on his
What's her name?
objective
Yelly?
and what you know. I mean, if the objective is
I think his objective is to win. That's what I'm talking about. If you're trying to win, don't you be more
well, if he's trying
conservative?
to win, you play a bunch of 1-point games. And just
Right.
Win.
Actually, you can leave the double too.
No longer dead.
Or win the vast majority of the
Ooh, there's a great roll for Matt.
pot.
This could be a cube. This could be a cube. I think it's a cube. I'm doubling.
Yeah.
I'm doubling. And am I taking is the question. I'm not sure it's a take. If it's not a take, it's a mistake.
That was a great game.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Almost survived.
Yeah, Bob blew it by not rolling better.
No, he blew it by letting Mochi roll double fours.
Yeah. That was quite a game. Well, Bob rolled that double two to be in the game to begin with, but that was still, he wasn't in the game that much. That was a great game. That was the most exciting Mochi Millions game. He didn't double? How do you not double this? What's the matter with that guy? Oh, he could hear me, huh? How could he not double this?
We can hear them
Either
at
Ma-
this point in time.
Either Matt's an
With
idiot
so
or I
few
am.
people, they can hear us. Not that I'm concerned with Matt taking your advice.
He took my advice once. I told him where to go for dinner.
Do you care? I don't care about the symbol.
Oh,
He took my advice once. He moved in with my son when he first moved to Chicago. And he had the time of his life. My son was in a commune.
better you didn't have him move in with your daughter.
By the way,
Do you have a
this is
daughter?
also a stream.
No.
Now you know this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve.
What you said, I wouldn't listen to those symbols anyway.
That was my point, you know. Okay, so we have to be careful. Now it's just the one match, and us over here. We can hear them. They can hear us.
I got to look at that cube, though. I can't believe that Matt didn't cube. There must be something there. Missed.
Oh, oh, oh.
He didn't have an anchor. He had a lot of 18 and a lot of
So you wouldn't have doubled? All right. Watell thinks it's close. So, and Matt obviously thought it
now
wasn't
that
a double.
It's also
I don't think it had anything to do with the score here. In this, if it's a double, it's a double. I would think this is no different from normal money double. The score.
well since at this score.
At the,
right?
yeah, with equal amounts
at
of
the
chips.
earlier score, Matt was turning it on the prior game.
Well, gammons don't really count anymore. You're doubling to, so it's you're only doubling to 16 because they put
Yeah, gammons matter. So, how can you not come out? How do you not come up with them? Whereas the last one to the ace,
Well,
you
look
don't
at
like
this
it. Oh,
Profile cam. Mochi's in serious concentration and focus mode here. Oh, who is that?
That's fine by
Is that
me.
someone new came into the room? I don't recognize the clothes. Where's that white towel?
One moment.
I don't think he can.
So the reason he's not coming out is he's losing the race, but still, he's so stiff. He's going to be hard to play if you don't come out.
We can run with one of them.
Yeah, but then you're
But
still
he
dropping
only
it.
doesn't get that far though.
You know
It's
what?
blocked.
You might make the ace. No, this
I
is-
could live with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Hmm?
You got a lot of guts. Yeah, I think I'll agree with Mochi. You got a lot of guts, Riles.
You got a lot of guts. Arguing with Mochi.
I think there's another word for that besides guts.
It's probably one of the more confusing games, isn't it? All the different of all the props I play.
Okay, you win.
He's playing for contact because he's losing the race, and he's likely to get contact here. That's a good roll for Matt. Ooh, that's a good roll for Matt. This is a bad roll for Mochi. He would have liked to have been able to roll a 5 or a 6 to get out of there and keep his board. Now Matt's thinking about the cube. So, Woolsey's Law, would you take? That's right. You're not sure, you give the cube. I'm not sure it's a take. He grabbed it. Okay,
Whoa.
we got excitement here.
Fake this out with
This
that
is
gentle
exciting.
move to the.
Oh,
Whoa,
look at
yeah.
that. It was almost forced because the other way
Yeah.
you're leaving a shot anyway.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Who is this guy, man? He's
Wow.
rolled
I would hit.
Of course, he rolled 6 this last
2,
game and promptly lost.
3.
No, you hang on, so I do get to see you roll.
I don't think you come out. I like the cover.
And then I get to see you
I like down, but there must be a reason to think about coming out because I wouldn't.
When you dupe your five,
That's still my play. This is a very big roll. Oh. They always throw the good ones away. Oh, he hits him again. Wow. Matt Kongire.
You wait for the other one? Yeah, take a shot at it.
Well,
see if you can pick up this 4th checker.
gammons are big here.
Yeah.
Gammon could be the whole Mochi million victory.
There it
He
is.
gets it. Oh my God, what a swing. What a swing. We've had some unbelievable games here. Well, Mochi was on the right side of the Watell situation. Looks like he's going to be on the wrong side of this one. 3 in and 5 to the ace. With the open board and 2 on the bar. Gammons are... He doesn't peel. Oh, he did peel. Okay. Matt Kongire taught me years ago the biggest mistake even good players make is they don't take checkers off enough in the bear off. They play too safely. And he taught me that, so he must know the answers. And here he is not taking checkers off. So Matt played this bear off very conservatively. He still might leave a shot.
And he's odd.
And he still might leave a shot. Great roll for Mochi. If he gets a shot, he's got a board now. There, nope. I can see why Matt played this conservatively because he figures he's got a really good shot at the gammon anyway. And he obviously does. So
Eight
why play?
checkers,
Yeah.
He's favorite now.
Yeah.
To gammon.
Yeah, he was favored of gammon, so that's why he played more safely. I should have recognized that, but he recognized it immediately. And gammon's only worth 32 chips. It's no big deal. This probably wins him the whole tournament in the $5,700.
Yeah. Sweet or so doesn't need it.
Of course, they don't know yet what I'm raking.
How can he do it?
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you. So, sorry to.
Okay, 32 smackers. Wow. Big.
79 for Matt and 17 for Mochi.
Wow. This should be the last game.
Now the shoe's on the other foot
Yeah.
as far as the heavy stack.
I wonder who set the timer for this. I think this is the last game. Seems like close to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Mochi's.
Wow. Matt Kongire came out of nowhere.
Oh,
Oh, now he's
Uh-oh.
got Yep,
Bringing out the
a samurai. Now he's a samurai. That would intimidate me, especially if he had a sword.
apparently that means number 1. That's what he told me earlier.
Is that what it means? Well, I was born on Pearl Harbor Day. That red dot reminds me of something else.
Now.
Okay. Some of my best friends are Japanese. 1779. Cube's on 8. I think Mochi's got to do some cube action here if he wants to have a chance to win. He's got to double real fast. He has a hope.
You know, it's a little bit interesting, and I don't know who suggested or what that we start on 8 rather than 16.
Mochi did, yeah. It was Mochi's
But
idea.
even with the smaller cube, Mochi's gotten burned for 2 big games.
Huge. And I think I understand why I did it. It's more interesting because at 16, the whole match would be over in 1 or 2 games. And this makes it more.
Well, it almost
more
got
action.
there anyway.
Yeah. So doesn't Mochi have to double pretty quickly? I mean, right now, I would, if I'm him, I'm doubling so fast. Why isn't he doubling?
I would hear in his situation.
I would have been doubling right now. Mochi knows something that I don't. You think he knows something that I don't?
It's okay.
In magnitude.
Have fun.
I don't know.
We're talking 7 digits here.
Who's that said if your IQ gets to 100, sell?
I only make 1 flower. What can I do? Yeah, it's the sun and the
They're
flower.
laughing. They're having fun. The way it should be. Wachtell's standing next to him, kibitzing.
Yeah, more than his.
I still think that Mochi should be doubling early and should have been doubling early. Right now, I'm glad he's glad he didn't because Bob's game has improved greatly from when I was talking about it. But I'm shocked that it wasn't a cube. There's no recube vig.
Who's minding the dog, or is it laying at Matt's feet?
Who let the dogs out? Who? Matt's got this big, gorgeous, white golden retriever. Sweetest dog. Famous backgammon players with dogs. You got Lynn Ehrlich has a lovely dog. The Cohens had various dogs. Roulette was famous. The white retriever. Their retriever, golden retriever.
I forget some of the later names.
Some
of
other
theirs.
people had dogs at tournaments.
Don't forget Guinness. We never took him to the Guinness tournament though. He's asocial.
Oh really? One of those. Oh, Abby Cohen brings his dog often to tournaments. He's a nice trail. You're losing 79 to 17. What is your double point? I think it's got to be low. I'm missing something. Mochi is holding back on this cube.
Okay, now what do you do here? And then play down or play up?
He dances.
I think you got to play down.
Offense, defense is something I learned from Sly. When you're on the offense, tend to make an offensive play. When you're on defensive, tend to make a defensive play. He's certainly playing offensive here, so that means come down. Plus, you're unstacking. Look at that stack on the midpoint.
I think, to me, the coming down is obvious. But
Coming up gives some good sixes, but how good is it? It's not that good a 6. You always think about not giving your opponent a good 6 from the bar. It's a cube stopper, probably. If he missed there, then it'd be a cube. Yeah, what a swing. Things are going pretty rosy for Matt there. He was looking pretty bad before that sequence. You hit another checker? I think you do, making the 5 points too loose. I think you hit. I think, oh, really?
Something to be said for 2 in the air.
There's something to be said for the 5 point also.
I think I hit and go 8-7 or something.
I'm hitting, but if Matt's not hitting, I'm wrong. Okay. Oh, he's doing what Mochi does. Mochi usually looks at the worst play first and then makes the better play. I think Matt has to be slow with the cube when you're winning 79 to
And
17.
this has doubtlessly got to be the last game of this round, wouldn't you think?
I would think. I haven't looked at the timer, but it's got to be close to 30 minutes.
All material is for the out.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mary Ann. She even mentions your name.
What?
Mary and me.
Oh, Marianne. We were talking about your Indianapolis tournaments earlier today, how much fun they were.
Oh, that's
Marianne,
Dan's 3-6 again, 2 in a row, or 2 out of 3
yeah.
anyway.
I think Mochi's playing rope-a-dope. He wants the cube.
I was the only one.
That's how you play rope-a-dope.
It's my specialty.
You know, Cassius Clay.
That bandana hasn't done much for him this game.
No. Now he was
Here
clearly
we go.
had.
Here we go.
Look at that. He has to take. It's a must take in this score. Sure.
I can't imagine not.
Yeah. Now, if he recubes, it's only worth 1 to recube, so the recube means almost nothing.
3.
And gammons don't matter anymore, except for 1 point.
Oh, I don't like that shift.
Probably not what I'm doing. If you roll a 4 or
It's
5,
got to be the worst cube big you ever could have. And 16 cubes, your recube's worth 1.
Uh-oh.
I would recube anyway. I was afraid to influence Mochi too much. If he could hear me. Oh, good roll. Make the 2 point. You'd much rather be holding the 2 than the 1. And this, especially when your opponent has the 8 point, you'd much rather be holding the 2 point because that's 6 away. It's harder for him to come in. Your non-glare dice isn't working as good here. Is it the lighting? Usually you have your dice are real easy to see.
Yeah, there's one spot right up in there. Ooh.
I think we're gonna
Cube.
redouble.
Gotta read.
Oh.
If you lose this, you got 1 chip.
Redouble.
You gotta
Well, no, there's another reason to wait. You want to make it a hard decision where maybe he would pass. So you got to be 97%.
Maybe just
Oh, that's my number.
maybe. Well, now he just plays on for the G.
For the 1 point? Yeah. Now you cash. Cash.
Look at
Oh,
that.
wow.
Backgammon.
What a game. What a game. You have 16 points to. This is still a
Well,
fight.
look at this. Why? I can't. I don't understand why he's not double redouble.
Because it's worth 1 point. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. It means very little. It only means a point either way. If he doesn't redouble and he loses, he gets to play another round.
His take point is like 98%.
Maybe more. So Mochi would love to dance. Yeah. But Matt's got a game now. Matt's got a game. Mochi comes in, he could crack. He's favored to come in. So he's right to really. I think this game swung 4 times at least.
Wait, Mochi's favorite to come in at 2 points?
Yes, yes. 20 out of 36 times you
20
come in
out
on a
of
2-point.
36.
Right. Your favorite to come in. Steve, you're the most negative guy I know. Why do you keep playing?
No.
So he hits him again, and Mochi would like to dance, wouldn't he? I don't know if the hit. Well, see, dancing is good for Mochi, and he hits him again. Not anymore. He wants to come. Yeah, it's still very good for Mochi. That's
He
why I
wants to
didn't
dance
know.
the rest of the
I
night.
didn't know about hitting the second checker.
Now make the.
Oh, clever. Fipps saw that coming. He wants to be hit. It's the way you hold your prime. It almost doesn't matter whether he redoubles or not. It almost doesn't matter. 1 point, who cares? I wouldn't waste. Mochi cares about being right no matter what. That's his biggest fault, in my opinion.
I agree.
He's always trying to be right, and he usually is.
And that's why, and he usually is. But sometimes that's why he gets in such dire time trouble.
Yeah. Oh, terrible.
That's not brutal.
Fanning is what Mochi wanted.
He just Matt, yeah.
The gammon doesn't matter. You don't worry about getting gammon because it's only cost you a point. What an interesting format. I love that we're doing something really different.
I'd say what's the Candace is playing with Matt's chips.
Well, at the end, we count the chips to see who gets the money. So if she steals them, she's going to make money.
You gonna pay off the stolen chips?
I don't know how Matt's going to win this game. Ooh, big cube. He's beavering to 64. No, he's taking the 32. Yeah, it's only worth one. Meant nothing. Meant nothing.
I saw an ace.
But he wants to.
I just gotta win this game.
Yeah.
It's good for, it's
Make
good
it
for him.
He can't play.
They were supposed to start at
Has a
16
checker
this time. They were supposed to start at 32 the next roll. So it's whatever
Oh.
Mochi says.
Oh, I can't play gammon.
No, he didn't have a 6-5. He didn't have a
Well, we
6.
said he wanted to sell them for as long as possible.
So the most points that could be won on this game is 17, regardless of what happens. So it looks like Mochi's a big favorite to win 17. But let's see, what is Matt's equity in this game? If he gets closed out, he's got 8%. Not with a crack board, though. Probably got about 4% winning chances in this game.
Bill, how can you be so negative? I don't see that as a crackboard. I see it as a speed board.
Well, it's a matter of whether you're on cracker or you're on speed.
Ooh, pardon me.
Did you see it right away?
This isn't that complicated to me. He just moved the back checker, but he did. Okay.
What do you now? 7?
Now he wants to hit loose, but you don't break the prime to hit loose because gammons don't matter. If gammons mattered, you might even actually hit loose there. This is a very bad roll. He loses the prime and can get hit and can lose the whole thing with a 1-6. Or with a 1 dance and then a 6. The 1 could be huge here. This really could be big. He's shaking hard, and he didn't get it.
Ooh, wrong
and the
seven.
crowd goes mild. That could have been a big one. Perfect bear off. Got to check her off.
5-3.
Matt goes down to about 3% winning chances, 4% maybe. Right?
Oh, first pitch.
He's in.
6-1-5-1.
Double fours.
So much for that.
Wow. Mochi's going to win back 17
Now, this
points.
has got to be the end of round.
Yeah, it is the end. And they got one
Double
more
sixes,
round.
Double sixes.
Now, will they leave
Mochi.
it at 8 once more?
I don't
Or
know.
will they go to 6?
Probably they'll go to
Will
8.
they go
but
to the originally published 32?
if I were Matt, I would insist on the. I mean, if I were Mochi, I would insist on the 32 because he's down. That's got to be 30 minutes.
Who's keeping ties?
17.
17 bits. 17 checkers.
I think he looked over at his clock like he looked at the time.
Okay.
He won that
They can get him one more game. So Matt now has 34,
The board was crap when he first
and
did it.
17 less is 62 to 34.
He had a good board.
Yeah, 62-34.
62-34. He's in range.
It's okay. You can't win them all.
Yeah, you can't win them all.
34 against like 56 or something? I don't know.
Now, while we're in a brief break here, just to remind y'all,
So is this fourth game?
starting at noon. What noon tomorrow?
Yeah, 12 o'clock tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific.
12 Pacific tomorrow with Shuettes and perhaps some
Variations.
some heads up. But
We're gonna play.
ideally, we're going to try to focus on Shuettes. And there, for y'all's information, we're going to pretty much have very limited commentary. We're going to leave the board mics open so you can hear the banner, the smack talk, the discussion on decisions at points.
Yeah, the Chouette rules are going to be consulting after the cube, so that it would be incredibly good to hear some of the best players in the world discussing on why they would do this or that.
And we'll encourage them to perhaps
Yeah.
keep.
Watell wrote the Chouette rules, so ask him, and he's in charge of the rules. Makes a big difference what the rules are too. You're right. Bob, do you have these Chouette rules in writing that you're going to bring?
I thought you were gonna.
No, you ever gave them.
Okay, here we go.
It's number 1.
Oh, is that what is this?
Yeah.
Number one?
Yeah.
But
I'll
you,
have mine.
I can't
Okay,
get
what's
rid of
going
my
on?
I'll ask Monte to send me his
30
first-
consulting, like YouTube.
I'll ask Monte to send it to me.
Don't blame me.
Everybody's got a different set of Chouette rules. Everybody in the world.
I can set this forward. I thought you had.
I never got it.
Okay, Mochi takes.
Never said that. I never saw it. If I got him, I would.
You didn't say if you got it.
Yeah, he's done nothing constructive.
You're going to use the same rules you use online? Whatever Burd wants.
Oh, right. Oh, I see, yeah. That's big.
It was him, not
So he
me.
had some, I think he said he just.
Yeah, you never
2 to
had
the
this
10, and then find
So
your other
Burd and I look
3.
alike. We're both Jewish. All these Jewish guys look alike, right? Prejudice?
Well, he's thinking about making the bar, though.
Who's both Jewish? Me and Burd.
You and who?
Ralph Burd
Oh, I didn't know Burd was Jewish.
and Watell and Matt Kongire. All the good players are Jewish.
Oh,
And do you know why so many backgammon players are Jewish? Because their mothers are.
Steve, it's not an easy thing to be a stand-up. Get that so many lines.
Don't
it's easier to be a young comedian.
don't encourage him.
You don't need to.
Oh, you hit 15.
Oh, they're still playing? This is more important what we were talking about here. And he's got a 16 cube already?
Yep. Which was a bit surprising when he took it to me.
And when he took it, he's the trailer. He's got a much bigger, stronger reason to take the cube.
This has got to be the last.
You
game,
should see
round
the cube
7.
I took on Watell. I'm embarrassed to show it to anybody.
7.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but it's 30 minutes,
Oh, 30 minutes.
and I got to think they've
Oh yeah. They have.
past the 30 minutes.
Mochi
Mochi.
was Mochi. And it varies depending on how he's doing.
I think
in the
he
store.
should have recused himself.
Yeah, right, right. There's no conflict of interest if you're one of the players and keeping score and in charge of the rules and
Keeping
deciding
score and the clock.
and you decide where the cube starts. And if it was anybody but Mochi, people would be suspicious. But he's the most ethical person I've ever known. Just to tell you how ethical he is, I had a chance for Mochi to get into a pretty good money game with a big fish, and he refused to do it because the money came from a bad source. It was bad money.
Came from what?
A bad source. It was
A bad source.
crooked. It was from crooked source. And Mochi said, "I don't want any part of that money."
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's a very ethical guy. And I would have grabbed that money so fast.
They don't have Robinson in
No. Huh?
So if Mochi wins this, we got a relatively close match in
Again.
another round. This is, people who've said those words in the past. You know how often they had to eat those words, Stephen? You said
I don't
Mochi's
know.
not going to
Tell
win
us.
this. Yeah, I've had to eat those words a few times. There's no way he can win. One of my favorite quotes is in the Civil War. A Confederate general said, "There's no way he could hit anybody from." That was a true quote. Couldn't finish the sentence. All right.
G.L. Harvey. Hi, Bill and Phil.
Hello, GL. Oh, buddy, GL. He has the dream job, driving yachts. Wow. You should see his Bentley. He's got a backgammon license plate on it. Reminds me of Bill Davis. You always know when GL's in the house.
Shot time.
Double shot time. And you said no way Mochi could win this? Huh? Watch. See? He hits. Matt never moves again. Yeah, huh?
Or something with 7 or 8.
How about coming in
3-1.
and hitting? This is a big, huge roll right here. Big roll. Comes in 20
Mochi's,
times.
contemplating.
32, huh? No.
Ooh.
32, no, 34.
Could this possibly be a double because of the chips? It's certainly not a double if it was for real money. But with the chips, it could be. He hits 14 times. 13 times. Oh, no, but he's got some other shots. He can come in with a 3. He can 3-3. He can hit with 3-5. Wow. So he's got 13 plus the 3, 5, and
Well, he's
wow.
got 13.
Direct. But then he can hit that other checker, and he can hit. Ooh, that was double fours play and 3-4. Wow.
Boom.
That was big. That was a huge roll and cube decision. Covers. The 2 isn't fun, but I know my play. I'm chickening. That's the chicken play. Slotting isn't unreasonable. This is because this is so ugly. Three.
Oh my God.
Well, he has to hit. You must hit, and I think you hit and make the bar, but I think you have to hit. Now, do you make the bar or do you lift? I make the bar. All right, that's me. Mochi, that's my play. Wait, go back. I should talk louder, right? That's my play.
No, we don't want you to
That was
influence
my
him
play.
not to do that.
Yeah. Oh,
Dance would
hit
be
him
interesting.
twice. He hit him twice. Oh my God, the swings. The swings. How big would a 3 be here?
No.
Uh-oh. He needs to come out. The switch would have worked. He didn't even look at it. Yeah. Pasco saw something Matt didn't even look at. It was the switch he play. He got it. Oh my goodness. Mochi was a big favorite there for a second or two. He almost cubed him to 32. Other way, you get the full credit for a gammon here. It's worth 32 chips.
94-2.
32 chips. And a backgammon's worth 34, and a gammon's worth 32. So I don't think you'd play for the backgammon. Wow, Matt
GL, all the entrants started with 8 chips, and you play each random pairings each round.
I think
maximum of 5 games or 30 minutes.
I think Matt's going to walk away with $5,700 here.
Points or chips,
unless they hedged.
4 checkers on the bar. How do you avoid backgammon?
Backgammons really don't matter that much. It's only worth 2 points.
Yeah, it's 94-2. Will be
because 34 is the maximum swing that you could have in the game. So a gammon's worth 32 and backgammon's worth 34. But with 4 checkers up, you might well get a shot at the very end.
Well, it's interesting. Well, depending on what they start round 6 cube at. But Mochi's only got 2 points, and Matt has 94.
So it won't matter what they started on.
Anyway,
yeah, it won't matter. Yeah, you win 10 games in a row.
8.
Yeah, you win 10 games. You just keep winning it. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
No,
it goes 2, 4.
Second game you could be 4.
Right.
Third game you could be 8.
Right. He could still win the whole tournament with 2 chips.
You wouldn't have to lose many extra games.
I agree. Pascal pointed out what I was thinking. It might be wrong to hit the 4th checker. You hit the 4th checker, that gives the guy more chances to get a shot.
Can't stay out of the gutter here.
3 strikes. 3 strikes.
Uh-oh. How much is that, BG?
It's worth 2 points to BG.
Oh my God. And he might get a shot.
He wants to dance.
You come in with both? BG.
Oh, he's not BG. He can get off the BG with double 6.
All right.
He can get off the BG. Oh, okay. That's it. That's it. That's it. Matt Kongire.
Matt Kongire
champion.
wins the
Great fashion.
Now, remember, folks, noon tomorrow. And Tara, while I'm talking, maybe you can confirm with Ralph that there's not going to be anything else tonight.
There is nothing else tonight.
There is nothing else tonight. So
nothing else
you
tonight.
viewers can
wow.
look past that. But noon tomorrow, we're going to be playing Chouettes.
We've had
variations.
I still say
Heads
Watell
up.
was the most exciting game. The Watell Mochi game.
Watell Mochi was
amazing.
pretty
but this
exciting.
Was, this
but
is
a nice win for Matt Kongire. And we certainly appreciate Mochi and Ralph putting on this event with help from Phil and Pasco and Watell and Wells and whomever. So
and everybody's here for one reason, because Steve Hammond came. Oh, Steve left the room. I'm sorry.
So,
I didn't get to hear that.
Tomorrow, noon, Ace Point Backgammon channel, YouTube channel. Chouettes Variations, which probably includes some Pasco Gammon.
We're going to play Pasco Gammon. We're going to play Future Gammon, and maybe Backgammon to lose, or a couple of other variations. Jim Pasco is going to lead the way and show us and give a seminar on variations. It's going to be fun. It'll be
Especially on how to lose.
On how to lose. That's going to be fun.
So hit that like button before you leave, and we will see y'all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You know what's going to move
I'll, if you want it open earlier, I'll come open it. Yeah. It's just anything, if anybody wants to, we'll open it. No big deal. Get credits like a movie.
So you're around, so should I give you a wallet or something?
Yeah, text me or whatever.
Instead, you just have to be down here.
Yeah. Just text me.